All right. Hey, everyone. We are obviously looking to do a live stream for this pre-trial. And we don't know. It's kind of strange because at the moment we're looking around and we don't see other news stations going live for this.
Maybe we're the only ones that are really keeping an eye on things today, but that's all right.
Mhm.
We'll be the eagle eyes.
Let's see the version investigation.
We do have some eyes and ears, though, on the ground in Utah today, which is exciting.
Yeah, the cool thing. So what we plan to do with this stream, and this is our first time trying this out, so I can't guarantee it's going to work perfectly. But the idea is that Billie and Brandie from the Billie and Brandie Show. Let me pull them up here. I know many of you know who they are by now. They are on the ground. Share my screen. So these girls here, Billie and Brandie Show, they're on the ground. I think they're actually in the courthouse. And I've been texting with them back and forth. And they brought a bunch of equipment. So they brought their camera, their laptop, Wi-Fi hotspots, microphones, and everything. And their plan is to interview people and talk to anyone that'll talk outside the courtroom. And we'll see we'll see what happens. I don't know how many people would be there. I don't know if anyone will actually talk. So we shall see. But I thought it'd be a cool idea. And we're going to test it out. If we can get some field interviews, or even just, even if they just get like video of him coming in and out in his, super awesome SWAT car or whatever it is, like his SWAT Jeep that looks like a military type of thing. Just getting some of that footage and stuff would be pretty cool too. Yeah, I see a lot of people say I love them. I know who they are. Let's see. They're excited to be here with you. Yeah, Marissa. So what I'm trying to do, and let's see, is it Cora Rue? Yeah, I usually go live on YouTube, Twitch, X, and Rumble all at the same time. Just try to spread it out because I know not everyone is a big fan of YouTube. All right.
Hey there, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, this is a little bit of a different time than what at least Trigger and I have normally streamed together, but we stay up with the latest. We adjust with the times. We keep up with the news.
Yep, and we will see. I'm going to start looking around to see. Like I said, I don't see any other news stations that are covering this.
Now, I'm curious, for those in the chat, do you guys know what is going on today? Are you aware of the topic at hand? Drop in the chat.
Yeah.
If you have an idea of what's going on today. Nope, you're just here because you want to hear more from us.
All right, tomorrow, accused Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson returns to court. His attorneys are pushing to get the entire Utah County Attorney's Office removed from the case, arguing that a prosecutor's family member was present when Charlie Kirk was killed, creating a conflict of interest. Jessica Schreifels is an investigative reporter at the Salt Lake Tribune, has been covering this case, and she joins me now. Jessica, great to have you on the program. This is quite the motion by the defense. Walk us through the details of the defense's motion.
Right. So essentially, they filed a motion trying to disqualify the entire Utah County Attorney's Office from handling this case. And their argument is that there is a key prosecutor in the case whose adult child was at Utah Valley University when Charlie Kirk was shot. And the defense team is making the argument that this creates such a conflict of interest that, his loyalty might be more to his child and might be making decisions about how to move forward with this case with his children or his child child in mind. And so to them, they're arguing that this is, such a big deal and such a conflict of interest that not only should he not be allowed to prosecute the case, but the entire county attorney's office should be banned from the case.
That is quite the leap in logic, I think. What's the prosecution's argument in response, Jessica?
So Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray has argued that there is no conflict, that they are able to prosecute the case. He's made the argument that the child in this case, they're 18 years old, they're a student at UVU, and that they, really haven't been traumatized by this. They didn't miss classes, they didn't need counseling, they weren't in line of sight of the shooting, didn't actually see it happen. And so they're arguing that the harm or the potential for conflict is so low that it doesn't really preclude them from being able to ethically prosecute the case.
You have been following this court system there in Utah for the better part of 15 years, so you know the players involved. Is there any sense on the ground from those who know this judge named Tony Graff as to how he's going to rule on this motion?
Judge Tony Graff is actually very, very new to the bench. I think when he was assigned this case, he had been took the oath to be a judge maybe like 50 days before. So he's an incredibly new judge. What I've seen so far in being in the courtroom is he's incredibly thorough and, takes the time to really articulate his rulings. He's being very careful in making sure his rulings are written down, that there's not a lot of rulings made off the cuff here. I think everyone's trying to be careful that this case is only tried once.
Yeah, when you guys brought this up, where's it at here? Chat's moving too quick. So yeah, brand new judge. What do you think about that? And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this judge was also in the Google Trends information that Barron found.
Yes. So someone who has not served for long at all. He had just been appointed in, was it May? And I guess you could say, instead of hot off the press, hot on the bench.
So what do you think of that? Do you think that this is going to be, Judge Graff?
And just to clarify, you guys, not a new judge on the case, but a new judge to this circuit.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know anything about this judge. I haven't heard anything necessarily negative or like corruption or anything like that. So he could just be a good dude that just got, thrown into the Fourth Circuit, and now he's going to be doing this case. I mean, that's a good, I don't know if it's his first case, but this is a big case for when you're that new.
I mean, certainly a career-making or breaking case.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely one for the record books.
The fact that, there's a chance that this judge could ultimately grant this motion. I think it's unlikely, but it could happen. How much of a delay are we looking at in terms of getting a new prosecution team in there if the judge ultimately grants this?
I mean, I think if it's granted, it would be very rare. This doesn't happen very often. I mean, this whole case is very unique in that there's so many witnesses, 3,000 people were there. And so this is just such a novel concept. It hasn't really happened before, at least that I've seen. I think what we'll see if the motion is granted, maybe the Utah Attorney General's office steps in, maybe they find a conflict prosecutor in Salt Lake County or Davis County somewhere nearby. And that will probably take a couple weeks, maybe a couple months to kind of get those players in place, because this is a large case that takes a lot of time. And so finding a prosecuting office that can take on that load might be a challenge and could take some time.
Yeah, I think you nailed it right there. Weighing the interests in this case, and there obviously are interests on both sides, you do have to consider the burden this would place on the prosecution on the whole. If you
Someone was asking about, let's see, where is it? Yeah. So which judge issued the massively overreaching gag order? So when this initially came out, it wasn't what people thought it was. So when I saw it, I thought he was gagging, like, obviously, your prosecutors and that kind of stuff, and people involved in the case directly, but also like everyone in the audience at UVU and their cousin. And, like we thought it was like everyone, but that was never true. The gag order is only for the prosecution and the lawyers that are involved.
To remove this entire team that's been working on this case for months, that knows the details. This is going to cause a tremendous delay. and it's going to also cause everybody to have to start from the beginning. And I don't know if the court ultimately wants to do that. Jessica Schreifels, thank you for your insight on this. Very important stuff. Appreciate it.
All right, and then we also have this other video here. This is this covers some of the information from yesterday about Lance Twiggs' family member. So I don't know if you've seen this, but I know Barron covered it and a few other people did as well. But this is interesting.
The White House is dealing with more than Iran. Don't forget Venezuela. Today in Washington, Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Machado wrapped up a whirlwind day of high-stakes meetings. Sworn has what it takes to run Venezuela, at least not for now. That didn't.
This should be the right one. All right, let's try that again. In commercials, make sure you get your color guard. Prescription only. Now, if you're in the chat and you see any of the news stations officially go live, make sure you let us know.
After the assassination of Charlie Kirk on a Utah University campus, the questions and conspiracy theories surrounding what happened continue to sprout and sprawl on the internet. That fatal shot rang out in September, and the person who was arrested, Tyler Robinson, is set to appear in court tomorrow. He's charged with Charlie Kirk's murder. So will the trial of Tyler Robinson answer some of the questions, some of the unknowns? One of the hottest subjects of speculation are these bizarre text messages between Tyler Robinson and his partner.
Okay, let's do this in the chat. If you believe the text messages are real, put a 1. If you think they were fabricated, put a 2. Because they're still using that.
Lance Twiggs, which have only added to the case against Robinson. But what did Lance Twiggs know, if anything? And where is Twiggs now? In an exclusive interview with a family member of Lance Twiggs, News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Enton tried to get some answers. Brian joins us now from Utah. Brian, this must have been quite a conversation because Lance Twiggs has been in hiding since Charlie Kirk was killed.
He has, Elizabeth, and Lance Twiggs has really been one of the big mysteries of this entire thing. I'm at Utah Valley University right now. This is the courtyard right here where Charlie Kirk was killed. I spoke with one of Lance Twiggs' family members who told me about his relationship with Tyler Robinson, also the fact that he was in hiding, apparently under FBI protection. That is no more. He is not being protected by the FBI anymore. And the family member actually casted some doubt about whether he will actually be cooperating with authorities moving forward. She didn't want to show her face because the entire family has been receiving threats since all of this happened. I'll listen to a little bit of what she told me.
I mean, both of them are super smart. I mean, Lance was, I do know that. And I remember, you know, he was a, I don't know, concert pianist. Like his talent for piano music was off the charts, like not normal. It was very impressive. And that's kind of what I've heard about Tyler, is that he was just so smart and it's just a shame that these kids that had so much potential and such a bright future.
What do you think changed?
I don't, and then being as antisocial as they were, from my understanding of, playing these games and being a part of this Discord group, it just, they didn't seem like they were in a real world.
There's text messages between Tyler and Lance where they're texting after the event. A lot of people find them unusual.
The world that they were in.
So here's a question for you. Okay. So obviously a lot of people aren't buying that this is any relation to Twiggs in any kind of way. They think this was fabricated. How many of you follow Brian Enton? If you guys follow Brian Enton, put a 1 down in the chat. From what I've seen, he's done some pretty good work. So I wouldn't think that he would ruin his reputation by doing something that's fake or like set up, right? But this person on the other side, the person could also be fabricating this whole story, making him believe that they are related and that there's something to do with Lance Twiggs. So, but this is very sketchy.
in like this gaming world, like that was a normal way that they kind of spoke, that this wasn't an abnormal, the way they spoke wasn't abnormal.
There have been a lot of questions about where Lance is now, whether he's in the FBI protection program. It's been a big mystery. He kind of has disappeared.
Yeah, my understanding was for the first few weeks, because there were so many threats against his family that and him, that they had. My understanding is they did have a little bit of FBI detail, and they kind of moved around a little bit, but they're not anymore. He's with his family.
Will he still cooperate with the investigation, from what you know?
I don't know. When I first found out about how he was taken in and talked to by the police, I know that they said that he was very cooperative, but they had to go get him and bring him in. He didn't voluntarily go in and say, "Hey, I heard about this and I have some knowledge." He had to go in. Then he handed things over when they asked for him, but he didn't give up any information until he had to.
There are so many theories out there, and I'm sure you've seen them. People think other people are involved, or another government was involved. I mean, you're kind of in the middle of this. How confident are you that police have the right guy, Tyler Robinson?
100%. They have the right guy.
In terms of the court hearing tomorrow, Elizabeth, it's a pretty significant one. The defense team, Tyler Robinson's defense, is asking for the entire prosecution team to be kicked off the case because one of the prosecutor's kids was actually here at the Charlie Kirk event, about 80 feet away from Charlie Kirk when he was shot, and the defense is saying that that's a...
Okay, so now we're hearing conflicting stories. Are you muted, Kelly? I can't tell if you're talking or not.
I'm I'm ready. I'm chomping at the bit. I'm ready to say something.
Go for it.
So I want to believe that Brian is a stand-up journalist. I have followed his work for a while. And for example, saw the work that he was doing with regards to the floods in Texas. That was where I kind of began following him a little more closely. And so I want to believe that he is a stand-up journalist. What I hope, as sad as it is, what I hope maybe happened here, because I am a former TV investigative reporter myself, is that maybe there was pressure from above to do this interview, and that he was pushed into it, and that he just kind of had to do it. And he made the best of it that he could. It doesn't make it right, but that's what I want to hope is what it was.
Yeah, I was just going to add that it sounded like there was conflicting information there. So one person said, so one video said that the child of the prosecutor did not witness the assassination, right? They didn't see it. They weren't in the area. And then Brian Hinton just said that he was within 50 feet or 80 feet, whatever it was. So which is it? Because if you're within 50 to 80 feet, you're probably, I mean, you definitely heard the gunshot, right? You saw everyone duck down. You saw all the people running around and everything going crazy. He might not have seen Charlie, he or she, I don't know if it's a son or daughter, might not have seen Charlie actually get hit, but there's conflicting reports there.
In just regards to people in the chat, they're saying, well, you're not trustworthy if you are doing a story that you don't want to do. Look, it just depends. It's really complicated. I personally walked away from an entire TV job because I didn't agree with the stories that I was being pushed to do. But not everyone is in that position to be able to do that. So it's complicated, you guys. When your career is on the line. So I'm not saying that's for sure what's happening here. I just things are always more complicated than they may seem on the surface.
This is a really good question for you. So in your 12 years of investigative journalism, have you ever been pressured to say something that was not true?
I have. In fact, I've been pressured to say things that were not true. I've been pressured to tell half stories. And that's actually why I walked away from TV news is because I was told it's okay. You can just do this side of the story today and you can always come back and do a follow-up later.
Yep.
And I stood up to my boss. I said, look, that's how people's lives get ruined. That's how my reputation gets ruined. And I'm not willing to sacrifice any of that for an arbitrary deadline. That's just where my ethics are.
Yeah, let's see. Cassidy Evans, think y'all would be cute as a couple. Yeah, I think we've heard that a few times. I know someone also said that about her and Blake. So I think it tends to be an ongoing theme. Anyone she does a live with, she makes a cute couple with them. So it must be her. It must be her, not the other people.
Thank you, Cassidy.
And thanks for the super chat. All right, let's watch this one here. Now, this is a different company. It's the Live Desk. So I'm curious if they have a different slant on
Well, the
this.
suspect accused of killing Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk is due to appear in court this afternoon in Utah. Tyler Robinson is accused of killing the prominent conservative activist last summer at Utah Valley University during a rally. It's going to be a very consequential hearing for both the prosecution and also for the defense. Robinson's legal team is arguing to get the entire Utah County Attorney's Office basically tossed from this case. They plan to argue a conflict of interest with the prosecution, saying the daughter of one attorney was at the Turning Point rally when Kirk was killed. Now, according to court.
So before we go too much further, notice that she said that they're trying to get all of the prosecution rejected and disqualified. Does that make sense? If it was just one of them who had the son or daughter there, shouldn't that one person be kicked off? What do you guys think? If you think they should kick off all of them because of one person's compromise, put a 1. If you think that it should just be the person who is compromised, possibly, then put a 2.
Documents. The daughter is a student at the university and was less than 100 feet away from Kirk when he was killed. We'll see how that all plays out today. If the legal team is removed from the case, a special prosecutor will be appointed. That could further delay some of these court rulings. Now, Robinson's has been charged with aggravated murder, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering, among other things. The state of Utah is trying to pursue the death penalty in this matter. We're also learning this morning that Robinson's romantic partner, who was key in helping authorities track him down, is no longer in FBI protection. The agency says he's not being charged with the crime and has not said why the protection has ended.
This winter is about to change in a big way.
And that's Max Velocity. If you guys don't watch him, he's actually pretty good. He's the weather guy. He does like the lives during tornadoes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I just got a message from Billie and Brandie, because you guys are asking when they're going to be live and all that stuff. They said they still have not opened the doors for the court. They're in the waiting room. There are tons of journalists there, including the guy that we just saw with the blacked out woman shadow, Brian Inton. He's there, and he has agreed to do an interview with them in a little bit.
Great.
So
That's
and I'm
fantastic.
Not sure.
You guys will get the exclusive hearing from Brian Inton kind of off of the cuff, right?
I'm going to see if they're actually interviewing him live or if they're just going to do an interview to show later on. Because that would be interesting.
That would be very interesting. So while you're taking a look at those texts, I'll just kind of chat for a little bit about the situation. So for those who are just coming in, this hearing today is primarily going to focus on the issue of should the state's prosecution, so on the state side, not on Tyler's side, the defense, but on the state side, should they be disqualified because one of the attorneys had a family member who was there, an adult
The suspect accused
who was at the Charlie Kirk rally and had texted their father, who is a prosecutor, in real time as the shooting unfolded and said, Charlie got shot. The defense claims that this created an emotional bias and that the decision to seek the death penalty was rushed, an emotional decision, rather than one that was properly thought through.
Yeah, it looks like Court TV. Okay, so it looks like a lot of the news stations and Court TV are going to be live in about 30 minutes. So maybe that's when everything will start ramping up quite a bit more. Let's see, there was Jennifer Gilly. Thanks for becoming a member. And also Deborah Serrano. And there's Cassie Fez. C.I. Keller. Thanks to everybody. We appreciate it.
Nice.
Zero was that Blake? I'm not sure. Let's see. Are Brandie and Billie doing a live? Let me. I'm not sure if they're actually doing their own live. What they were doing today, as far as I know, is they are going to be patching into this StreamYard. So they're going to be joining us, and they have all the equipment and everything there to do a live. And they're also recording their own footage to do a show later on. So as of right now, as far as I know, they'll just be jumping in with us. They're still waiting to get into the courtroom. So I don't know if they've even had a chance to set all their stuff up, but we'll see here in a minute. Looks like we have about 30-ish minutes until everything kind of gets really started. And I'm also checking because I don't know what this gives me access to, but I actually requested like a media link for a WebEx.
Okay.
So I don't know what, once that's live, I'm not sure if we get some kind of like special angle or something inside the courtroom that the Utah, courthouse is actually like hosting.
You mean the angle like last time that you were able to kind of read the computer of the defense attorneys and to try to read the lips of Tyler Robinson, all those fun things? Yeah. Oh, I think I see a chat coming in from the Brandie and Billie show.
Let's see. Where are they at?
At 128. Okay, I'll read it out. Hey guys, what questions should we ask Brian later? Send in the chat because I don't have my headphones in here.
Oh, here we go.
There we go.
Yep. So, hey guys, what questions should we ask Brian? This is Brian Inton. Now, this is the person who just did the interview that we watched, that people are questioning if it's legitimate or not. And he says he's going to do an interview with them. So hopefully he doesn't see this live stream before he interviews with them. But yeah, any questions you have, put that in the chat and we'll see if we can get those. Actually, I think I can set up a special questionnaire for you to put in the chat. Let's see. All right, so we had a poll. The poll said, is Tyler Robinson guilty of assassinating Charlie Kirk? Let me show that. So we have 75% say no, 21% not sure, 4% yes. All right, now let me see if I can set this up so we can put the questions in here for you to add for Billie and Brandie. All right, hopefully this works correctly. It should be up now. Okay, so now you'll see that little thing floating that says, what should Billie and Brandie ask Brian Inton? So I think you can add your question directly to that, and then we'll have like a running list. "25% are morons." Well, let's be nice. Everyone has their, their bias and their views. Yeah, so if you're putting questions in here, then make sure you're adding it to that QA that I added. And it seems like, yeah, that's a great question. So I see questions coming in. I'm actually going to ask these live. And Billie and Brandie, if you're listening, I can text these over to you as well. But we have, did Brian reach out to her or did she reach out to him? That's a really good question.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the most important question, to be honest.
Right. Absolutely. What a great question. And then also I see this question from individual Lottie asking why the defense won't take in pro bono volunteer attorneys. We have heard of a few volunteer attorneys being rejected or dissuaded. So that is curious.
Yep. How did you verify the woman was related to Twigs? Do you have verification of that, or did she just say it? Let's see. Yep. How'd you qualify the woman? Why would the FBI be involved in protecting Lance Twigs if he is if it's a state prosecution? It's a very good question.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, simple one. Does he believe her? Did he show this interview because he's fully backing it and he's behind it? Or is he just
Oh, yeah, get him, put him in the corner.
now Billie and Brandie, if
Go
you
for
I
the
don't,
jugular.
I don't know if you can see these questions, but I'll also get these over. Yeah, Barron has a video discussing Tyler's defense team. Great video. Yeah, he did a really good job breaking that all down. And I actually, he's unofficially invited to join us today if he wants to. I know that he was taking the day off from streaming and stuff overall, I thought. But he is invited and he might join. So I've been talking back and forth with him a little bit. So no promises. But we thought it'd be great to get an actual lawyer on here. He knows what they're saying and he understands all this stuff. So if he does join, obviously you'll know because he'll be up here chatting with us.
TriggerSmart, do you know if there was a longer interview, longer segment?
No one could find.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
like, surely there must have been a longer piece than that after.
Let's go look. Let's go
it
look
just-
directly on News
on
Nation.
their website. Yeah, I'm just wondering, and maybe it was something that they were thinking after today's hearing they would roll out the whole thing. They didn't tease ahead to another piece, but yeah, it just seemed like that was too brief to be the entire scope of the interview. And if so, that really kind of calls it into question for me.
So I don't know if you're looking around as well, but I don't even see that one on the YouTube for News Nation. But I can check the website as well. Yeah, I don't see it on YouTube at all. Interesting.
Let's see here.
Check the website.
Joe's Unova 8874 says impressive commentary from young looking local Utah female reporter on Fox. Great demeanor as well. So are you saying that they do have a reporter on scene or at the courthouse?
Which one is that?
This is, I think, at the Fox station. If in fact, sorry, I just lost the comment. Joe's Unova 8874. Sounds like the local Fox station.
Oh, local. Okay, let me look.
Yep. So Salt Lake City, Fox.
Utah, breaking news.
C1740, what company is doing the pool camera? I don't know for sure, but I can just tell you based on my history, I don't know if they've picked specifically one network to do the pool or if they rotate around per hearing. But what it used to be back in my day was that they would rotate around per hearing. So that way everyone had a chance to be the station in and kind of give it their own little flair. But of course it would be fed out to everyone instantly.
Do you want to answer that one?
Why or what was the woman Lance Twiggs? The woman interviewed? I don't think so. But hey, I don't know. She was anything's possible, I guess.
Whoever said that you saw some live Fox stuff, send us the actual link. Like send it to my email that's down in the description or Send it to Kelly. I don't see anything.
Okay, Zero Griffin seems to think, and I've heard this now before. I don't know if y'all are just messing with me, but it seems to think that I look like Erica Kirk. I've heard this now a couple of times. I don't see it. Come on, guys. But I can do a mean stop. Only once, though.
All Kelly needs is some tight black leather pants like Erica, and she'd be good to go.
Stop.
Oh, here we go. You don't have dead MK Ultra doll eyes.
No. They're full of sunshine.
Full of something. Yeah, I'm just going to look here really quick, see if I see anything else. If not, we can start going over some of the documents and articles and stuff that we have while we're waiting. But video is always better, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Oh, I see one. So maybe they're starting to queue up a little bit. But it's just this. They're just getting queued up for it.
Stand by. Yeah. Yeah, they probably didn't feel like sending everybody out there for a bunch of pre stuff.
Mm-hmm. But it's important pre stuff.
Well, I mean, early before the actual hearing starts. That's all.
Triggered low-key roasting.
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. There, the last one, the last comment that you just had up, did it say something about why aren't the podcasters helping him get a better defense? Is that what it said? Okay.
Well, it's basically saying if none of the podcasters believe in the story, then why is he not getting a better defense in general?
So here's the thing. I mean, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, right? You can't force the guy to get a better defense. You know, we can reveal problems and issues, but at the end of the day, he gets to choose his own defense. And if he doesn't like his defense, he can request new lawyers. He could request to represent himself if he wanted to. So that's not our job, but I think in bringing out all of these discrepancies and facts, that's what I feel like my job is, not to find him a defense.
Yeah, it looks like we have about 20 minutes or so until all the news stations and stuff start to go live in the court. And I'm testing out this link every once in a while to see when they're going to let me in.
How do we need to tell him to fire them? You are welcome to write him letters. Anyone can write him a letter.
Strongly worded.
Yeah. I'm sure he'd love the mail. You can even try calling him if you want.
Do they allow that?
They do. That doesn't mean he's going to accept it, but you can try. But I'd start with a letter first. Maybe even an email. Okay, now that more folks are coming in, what is this court hearing about? So here's the deal. On September 10th, there was an adult child of one of the prosecutions, so the state side, one of the prosecution lawyers, one of their adult children was in attendance at UVU that day and texted their father saying Charlie got shot. Apparently that caused a sheriff or something like that to actually go and look for this child. And so the defense also feels that caused the prosecution, the state, to seek the death penalty in like a very hurried and rushed emotional manner. And so they would like to have the prosecution removed.
Yep, that sums it up pretty well.
Now, there is also an issue kind of swirling around on Tyler's side, you guys. No, but that's not being dealt with today, as far as I know. As far as I know, it has not officially even been brought up in court, I don't think. But that someone on Tyler's team is related to Terrell Farnsworth. And Terrell is the one who we see going in. He's the AV contracted AV guy, and he goes and he pulls out the SD card. So that's a little sus. But if you think about it, who's going to ask for that person to be removed? Is Tyler's own team going to ask for that person to be removed? No, probably not. And is the state going to ask for that person to be removed? Well, no, they're not going to ask for that person to be removed because it would be, more beneficial to them. So potentially.
Yeah, we have a lot of people saying remove that person 100%. Now, that's another question. Should they remove just that person, or is the entire prosecution team compromised now? That's the question. All right, let's do a poll. Let me check these questions. I have to get these over to Billie and Brandie. A lot of questions. Wow. And they're still rolling in. All right, let me in QA. That's a good question. Someone said, does Tyler know about all the holes in the official narrative? Like, is Tyler actually aware of all these other theories and everything? Because I don't know in jail if they get access to internet and stuff like that.
It's so hard. It's so hard to know. They do have access to TV, but we don't know how much the local news is really covering it. We don't know how much he sees or hears. So yeah, I think that's probably why it would be extra important that, I don't know. You hope that his defense is really letting him know about all of these things, but I don't know. It does make you kind of sad and sick when you think about it like that.
All right, I'm gonna
How
send
many
these questions
people are out there
over
working
to-
on his behalf?
Sending these questions over to Billie and Mandy right now. Or sorry, Billie and Brandie. I don't know why I said Mandy. Billie and Brandie. All right, let's see.
Everyone wants to know where Lance Twiggs is. And you guys, your guess is as good as mine and as Matt's. If you believe what the mystery woman in Brian Enton's interview said, he is out of state somewhere, no longer in protective custody, whatever that meant. But he got the heck out of Dodge. Heck out of Utah.
Grim Adventures of Billie and Mandy. That was a great show. Very inappropriate show, like most of ours when we were growing up. But good show. Jordan Hinshaw says Gary is compromised 100%.
Concur. Let's see up here. I just saw there have been a lot of people who question if Lance Twiggs is a real person. I will tell you that I believe that he is, and there's a few reasons why. One of these days I need to have all my evidence. Maybe if we have some downtime here, I can pull some of the things up. But I have some receipts from an online financial transaction app that for years I've seen him going back and forth with parents and friends, not like something that was just made up. I also have evidence of a traffic ticket from a year or two ago, and then some photos and whatnot from a few years ago as well. So not a big digital footprint, but something.
All right. So one thing I wanted to do is obviously this specific case is about the prosecution and whether they should be dismissed or not, since one of their children were in the audience when Charlie got shot. But I wanted to go over the actual charges. So, of course, my friend Grok, that everyone loves so much. So he has a first-degree felony, aggravated murder, felony to discharge a firearm, causing serious bodily injury. Now, this would require that they have video of it, right? Because they would have to assume that he took the shot if they're saying there's DNA on the gun and Charlie got hit, if that's their story. But if they don't have video footage or something or some kind of proof there, that one could be interesting. And then first degree felony discharge of firearm causing serious bodily injury. So he has 2 of those. Second degree obstruction of justice, capital first degree felony conduct. That's interesting. Third degree tampering with a witness. Who would the witness be that he tampered with? You know anything about that?
Tampering with the witness? Yeah. So I think that would refer to him allegedly texting Lance and saying, if anyone comes and talks to you, don't say anything. That's my assumption.
Yeah, it looks like he has 2 separate counts of that. And then
I felt like one of them, I always wondered why, because I don't think that just telling him in 2 different ways would justify 2 separate counts. So I don't know. I don't think we've really heard what would justify the second count.
And then he has a violent offense committed in presence of a child. I'm trying to see how many. Does he just have 1 of those? Let's see. The charge occurs when a person commits or attempts a violent criminal offense, obviously in front of a child. He doesn't say how many, but so he has several things against him. He has 2 first-degree felonies, a second and third-degree felony, and then a Class A misdemeanor. So he has quite a bit.
Well, and y'all said destroying the letter on as well about maybe the tampering thing, but I don't know if that would be the case. I got the sense that Lance was the one that threw the letter away, but maybe not. I don't know how Tyler would have thrown the letter away.
How did they find Tyler? I can't believe he shot Kirk. It's also interesting too that Candace brought that information about him being at that steakhouse like 3 hours away.
Mm-hmm.
Someone says, where is it? It's moving too quick. They said Lance was the one who threw it away. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So that wouldn't have been, bad on Tyler. But okay. So to that point, that makes the whole letter suspect too, right? Because, there was supposedly this letter that he wrote, right? So it would have been in his handwriting, but it got thrown away.
To Hoaxing the World. Where is this? Can you send us a link to that? That would be very interesting. So you're saying the person that he supposedly interviewed has a YouTube channel where Lance is playing the piano?
I have seen Lance playing the piano. I think I've seen old Hunter Kozak playing the piano and singing.
I think a lot of people went that route though when they were younger, either band or choir, right?
I guess.
Yes, it makes no sense that Lance is not on trial.
Made to perform. That's all I know. He was made to perform. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That Lance is not on trial. I think this just plays for me. This all plays into the bigger picture of how I see this entire conspiracy shaping up.
Has there been any discussion on whether or not Tyler has autism? Getting that vibe. that would make it easier to manipulate him. No, possibly, yeah.
Well, we do know that he had extremely high test scores, on his standardized tests. He at one point had, basically like a full scholarship, but then he dropped out, if I recall correctly. Then he ended up going to like a trade school um, for his like electrician's license, and he was doing an apprenticeship, and then had just wrapped that up shortly before September 10th.
Yeah, it's looking like it's a very, very small group of people covering this today. They're in the courtroom. So last time I talked to them, they said they were getting ready. They hadn't opened the doors yet. Let me see if they have any updates.
Pumpkin Pie says, how are you getting any vibes from Tyler? He's literally said nothing. That is a great point. But I think for me, at least, and I'd be curious to hear what Matt has to say, but for me, I take into account kind of the whole picture. When we don't have a ton to work with based on what someone is physically saying to us, we can only go back in history and listen to the little bits and artifacts that we can pull up. We can look at their little bit of family life that we can uncover, and the kinds of people that they surrounded themselves with. And so that's just what we've been trying to do to the best of our abilities.
Yeah, now you can see everyone queuing up on YouTube now. So technically, in about 6 minutes is when the trial is supposed to officially start. And based on the information that I saw, it looks like it could be from 1 to 6. So it could be a 5-hour long trial.
Today's hearing could be 5 hours.
It says it's scheduled from 1 to 6.
Whew. I'm going to need to go grab that energy drink I have in the fridge.
Brandie and Billie said a bunch of people won't make it inside. So that would have to mean there's a decent amount of people there. Lots of news. I think last time that's what happened, is most of them were just sitting outside filming the door,
Yeah.
kind of waiting for the results. Talk about getting in the wrong crowd. Our parents worried if your friend smoked. Today, it's a whole other level. Yep. TR safety is concerning. All right. So in the chat, if you think that Tyler Robinson's safety is an issue, put a 1. If you think, nah, he's fine, he's safe, put a 2. Do you think he's going to end up like Epstein? Looks like mostly 1s. So a lot of people think he might not be safe. Now, a lot of people don't believe Epstein's dead.
Mm-hmm.
There's tons of videos and theories on that.
What, was he like playing pool recently or something? Yeah.
No, it's the way his it's his face and the size of his body and all that stuff. The image of him in real life and the image of the like dead body don't match at all.
Yes. No, I agree. It was just, that was one of like the photos that was circulating lately, was that he was supposedly out playing pool or something.
Living the good life.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just got about 4 or 5 more minutes here, and hopefully they'll turn on the court TV if they're going to allow it, right?
Right. I think what we've been told thus far is that we're expecting to have a stream, and we are expecting to see things. And in case y'all remember the rules of decorum from the previous hearing, the media was given strict instructions to not film Tyler's restraints at all. Okay, so he's been allowed to wear street clothes and not appear in his regular jail garb, but the media is not allowed to film his shackles. They got in trouble last time for doing that. So I think a lot of us are hoping that they don't mess it up again this time.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they do, then, there's a good chance that they could get cameras kicked out completely. And then that's going to really feel like that was rigged this whole time, that they did that on purpose. So just fingers crossed.
Someone says, why? What was up with the shackles?
Well, because they argued that it was given the amount of publicity in the case and all that it was going to already create a public perception of his guilt. But, okay, here's the flip side. Is that there has been some debate over whether Tyler actually walked with a limp or had kind of an odd gait. And so if the media actually filmed him, say, walking down the hallway and he was not restrained, right, then that would show us how he actually walked. And then if we were able to see how he actually walked, then would it call into question some of these videos showing him walking down the street, walking upstairs, running across the roof, all of those things?
I'm just seeing if I can get into that webinar they shared with everyone. Special requested. If Kelly would get epidemic sounds, we could play some music in these little breaks.
I mean, look, you can do it, and then I can just cut that part out later, right? If I need to. I don't know. If that's what you need to do.
Yeah, some people are talking about Bengay Ultra.
There are some people who seem to really want to get on our live stream.
For the right reasons?
I don't know. Make your case, folks.
Well, it should be live now. There it goes. All right, give me a second. I have to make sure this is all set up correctly. Kelly, did you want to cover some questions while you're waiting?
Yeah, I'm actually scanning the chat right now, so I'm trying to look for. There's a lot of comments, but I'm looking for some questions. And I wish I could pull them open. There's no way for you to give me access to be able to pull them.
You don't need to. You can just read them. You can just read them over.
Okay. Let's see here. I heard a good evening from Norway. Love the channel. Thank you so much for being here. It's amazing how this has really brought in people from across the world. I am just surprised every single day in these chats. Okay. Can you do a poll to see if Tyler will have a fair trial? I guess define fair, you know?
All right, so let's do the first poll. Is there is there critical information missing? 98% say yes. Now you want to know if it's going to be, hold on a second.
Robinson. Counsel, please enter your appearances.
Ryan McBride, Lauren Hunt, Chris Ballard, Chad Grunander, and Jeff Gray for the state.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Richard Novak, Michael Burt, Stacy Visser, here on behalf of Mr. Robinson.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, counsel. Mr. Robinson, good afternoon as well. All right. Before we turn to the defense's motion, the court would like to address 4 preliminary matters. First, in regards to the transcript from the December 11th hearing. Counsel, I would appreciate your input regarding the transcript from the December hearing. The transcript has been designated as private and copies are available to the parties. Consistent with the court's prior handling of the October 24th transcript, the court intends to release a redacted version of that transcript, but I want to get your input before making a decision.
Judge, we intended to do that as well. We haven't stipulated, we haven't come together to stipulate on a version of that transcript that should be redacted. We certainly can do that, and we're happy to do that.
Thank you, Mr. McBride.
We will meet and confer with Mr. McBride and his colleagues on that.
All right. How much time is needed by the parties?
2 weeks. That's fine. A couple weeks.
All right. A couple of weeks, and then we can address that. Next, I want to turn to address media coverage and place on the record the potential consequences of any willful violation of the court's December 23rd, 2025 standing decorum order. Under Utah Code Section 78B-6-310, if the court finds a person guilty of contempt, the court may impose a fine of up to $1,000, order incarceration in the county jail for up to 30 days, or both. Any alleged violation will be carefully evaluated, and the court will impose only those sanctions which are appropriate and proportional under the circumstances. The court will make specific findings on the record before imposing any sanction. In addition, the court may impose the following remedial measures if warranted. First, immediate suspension of video transmission
A serious
of the hearing, with proceedings continuing on audio-only basis for the proceeding where the violation occurred, and disqualification, if necessary, and narrowly tailored of the news organization that filed the request in order for electronic media coverage of court proceedings
Was
or
the
the
following
hearing in which the
if
violation
warranted,
occurred.
immediate suspension of video
Providing full
transmission
camera
of the hearing,
operator services
with
in this
proceedings
matter.
continuing on audio-only
Determines that
basis
such a measure is
for the
required to
proceeding.
ensure
Are you hearing an echo?
Yes. Now we hear nothing.
Yeah, I'm just getting some organized over here. There's like 10 things starting at once, all on their
I was gonna say, it got louder for a second.
Give me just a second here.
Okay. Hang with us, y'all. Just a moment. I'm a little behind because there was a major influx of chat comments, but Lead Me to the Bliss had said the guy in Dairy Queen is a Robinson lookalike, I believe, doesn't quite look like Robinson. I agree. Something about that kid just looked a little different to me. So I just wanted to acknowledge you. I think
we're
you're right.
back.
Could you state your name for the record?
John Uhlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Uhlberg. It's not my intention to cause you any embarrassment or discomfort. I simply want to ensure that the guidelines for today's proceedings are clear. Mr. Uhlberg, during today's hearing, what is your primary role?
To provide video coverage of the proceedings for the public.
All right. Have you read the December 23rd, 2025 standing decorum order?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the guidelines as they relate to your responsibilities today?
I do.
Do you need any additional time to review the December 23rd, 2025 standing decorum order, or any time to reposition the camera to ensure full compliance with those guidelines?
Do I need more time? I'm sorry, was that the question?
Do you need more time to review the decorum order? And I'll pause there because that was a compound question. Sorry about that.
No, I've read it. I fully understand it. I'm good to go.
All right. To the second part, do you need any additional time to reposition the camera to ensure full compliance with those guidelines?
No, I think we're in a good position now.
All right. Mr. Uhlberg, do you anticipate any difficulties complying with the December 23rd, 2025 standing decorum order?
I do not anticipate any problems.
All right. And is there anything that the court can clarify to assist you?
No, I think we're good to go, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Uhlberg.
Thank you.
Before I let you go, I'll turn to counsel based off the questions asked. I turn to you if you have any input or questions.
Nothing from the state.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right. And the court, I appreciate your cooperation, and it's my hope that we all do our very best today together.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And finally, before we turn to the issue, the motion before the court, to the state, could you please provide a brief update on the status of discovery disclosure?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't have the percentage of materials that we have that have been disclosed, but I think we're above 90% at this point. There still is discovery coming in, there are reports and so forth coming in from various entities. So I think we're moving expeditiously towards completing at least this initial batch of discovery. Of course, discovery will be ongoing probably for the duration of the proceeding, but we have provided nearly all of what we have to date.
All right. And to defense, any input?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. All right. Thank you, counsel, for your patience as the court covered those preliminary issues. Let's turn to the defense's motion to disqualify the Utah County Attorney's Office. Ms. Nestor, Mr. Novak.
That's fine, Your Honor. That's okay. We actually have some preliminary things we want to discuss with respect to the posture of this motion. And I also think at some point the court needs to decide at what stage the hearing on this motion remains open and becomes closed. So I'm going to bear that in mind in terms of my preliminary statements, if I may. When we filed this motion to disqualify, and when I say we, I mean Mr. Robinson's counsel, we fully expected that what the Utah County attorneys would do is refer the motion to the Attorney General's office so that the Utah County attorneys are not in the position of representing their own interests as potentially conflicted attorneys in a potentially conflicted office and representing the state's interest in the prosecution. We heard informally from the state's attorneys that they were preparing a response and when it would be provided. And then what we received, and again, I'm bearing in mind that we're in an open hearing at the moment, was a brief where I'm going to say the unsworn representations of two attorneys from that office are basically integrated into points and authorities. We don't have affidavits from Mr. Gray or from the other attorney. We have argument. We noted in our reply that we were surprised, that's in footnote 2 at page 4, that the Utah County attorneys were representing themselves in connection with a motion alleging that they have a conflict of interest and that the state was not being represented through the Attorney General's office. We did some further research on this, and we have some case law that we can provide the court. I suspect that the court is very familiar with the fact, just from its own experience, that in appropriate circumstances, the Attorney General's office can either, one, represent the state in what was a county prosecution with respect to a disqualification motion so that the boundaries are clear, or if there's an ultimate finding or conclusion that there's a conflict of interest, take over the prosecution or assign it to another county. So we're very concerned that we're getting off on the wrong foot, if I can use that metaphor, because we have officers of the court who are both representing their own interests in continuing to be the prosecutors in this case and representing the state in a situation where there should be what I would call, at least temporarily, conflict counsel. I'm not sure that's the term the Attorney General uses, representing the state's interests. There's a Supreme Court decision which is called State v. Jimenez, Jimenez, which I can provide a citation for. There are subsequent cases, but it's pretty clear that this is the type of a case. I'm not saying that Jimenez compels that action, but it seems to me to strongly suggest that where there is a showing, I'm not sure what the threshold showing is. I don't want to say it's a prima facie showing or a reasonable concern, but where there's a showing that there very well may be a conflict of interest that hasn't been handled by a particular state attorney's or county attorney's office, that what's in the interest of the litigation, of the public, of the parties, is for the Attorney General to step in. And the citation for State v. Jimenez, if I may, is 588 P. 2nd 707. Of course, I can provide the court with the Utah citation as well. This court actually has the authority under that case, State v. Jimenez, to direct the Attorney General to step in, not for the entire case at this stage, that's not what we're saying is necessary, because that requires a finding of a conflict of interest, but to step in or to designate somebody to step in for the purposes of litigating that motion.
Okay.
And so we're very concerned that even going forward with an evidentiary hearing where members of the Utah County Attorney's Office are both litigating as representatives of the state in a prosecution and essentially defending their own propriety of proceeding in this prosecution is problematic. As far as being prepared, we're of course prepared to go forward with an evidentiary hearing, but we think that it's improvident, and we think that what the court should do, if the Utah County attorneys have not or don't if given the opportunity, do this on their own, is that the court should designate the Attorney General's office for the purpose of litigating this motion. The court might ask, hypothetically, the question, has the Utah County Attorney's Office conferred with the Attorney General about this particular question? And we are not in the dark because, as Ms. Nestor will tell the court, as an officer of the court, she's spoken with the Attorney General's office and they have not been consulted about this. Okay, so this is a motion to disqualify a county attorney's office based on what we believe is a material, significant conflict of interest that it's clear they haven't even tried to address by way of a screening, which of course is a term of art, because their position is no screening was necessary. We're not even here to discuss whether the way in which a particular attorney was screened off was adequate. Their position as their own advocates is we've already decided no screening is necessary. So what we've been told by the Attorney General's office, Ms. Nestor can represent to the court exactly what she was told, but basically that there has not been consultation. And while that is Mr. Gray's prerogative, we think it's wrong. And we think that this court needs to exercise its authority to intervene and say, in this case, for this kind of a motion, the court needs to hear from a representative of the state who does not even appear to have a conflict of interest. So,
so he's kind of saying about nothing. But for people just coming in, basically one of the prosecutor's children was at the event when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. So the thing is a conflict of interest and they want to get the prosecution removed. That's what this whole thing is about.
So that's where we are before we even get into the litigation of it. And I don't want to be formalistic, and I'm certainly not trying to be confrontational, but I think actually what we think the court should do is the court should strike the Utah County Attorney's response to our motion and direct the Attorney General to take up the responsibility for responding to our motion in whichever way clearly non-conflicted attorneys representing the state think they should, how it should be responded to. And if I've muddled, I always say this, Your Honor, if I've muddled anything or confused anything, please say so and I'll try to clarify.
Thank you. I do have some questions for you as it relates to this. I wish to consider all the authority that you wish to cite to. I mean, obviously you came into this hearing knowing that this is something you're going to present. And this court wants to be efficient with time, but thorough. Yes. And not jumping to conclusions. Can you give me all the authority that you wish for me to consider in considering your request today?
Yes, and I think what we could also do, which maybe would be more helpful to the court, is that we could file a short brief on this particular issue, because I will acknowledge that while we were surprised that the brief was filed by the same lawyers who are alleged to have this conflict of interest, it took us a little bit of time and we wanted to get that filed in time for today's hearing because the court set the hearing. It took us a little bit of time to think through these issues. So there are Utah authorities. There are also ABA guidelines on the prosecutorial function, which we think strongly suggest that there should have been what I'll just call a referral to the Attorney General's office for this particular motion. I can stand here and I can give the court case names and numbers and sections from the ABA standards, but it was not our goal to, of course, put the court on the spot and require the court to, like go back into chambers, think about it for, some pressured period of time and come back out and make a decision. So if it would benefit the court for us to file something, and I don't mean in a month, I mean very soon, so that the court has thoughtfully presented points and authorities, we're happy to do that. As far as I know, the only people who've traveled out of town for this hearing are Mr. Burt and myself. So I'm thinking about the convenience of witnesses in the court and counsel. It's important that we do this in a way where the court has the opportunity to make a thoughtful, reasoned decision, as Your Honor always says. So that would be our proposal, is that if the court is open to receiving authorities, that we recess this hearing for, whatever meets the court's schedule, whether it's a week or 2 weeks or a few days, and we can provide the court with something, and we'll come back. But we do think this is a serious issue, because I think the question of who litigates this issue on behalf of the state is in itself wrapped up in this conflict. And we want everybody to get this right.
Thank you.
Once.
My question for you is, knowing this, why didn't you file a motion prior to today's hearing, knowing that the court would be in this position based off your request to prepare the court, prepare opposing parties, and to be efficient in our use of time? I'm trying to understand. I understand what you're saying, and I understand that things evolve, but I'm trying to understand why that wasn't filed in advance of the hearing to put the court on notice, at the very minimum, and just to allow the court to do what the court does.
I hear what the court's saying, and I think we can take responsibility for not sufficiently presenting the authorities that we think compel what I've just suggested should happen. We noted in our reply brief that the county attorney should not be representing themselves. And that's probably an inadequate message to the court. But we did file a motion to disqualify. And inherent in a motion to disqualify based on the conflict of interest, we anticipated would be that the state attorneys would seek representation from a clearly non-conflicted, appropriate prosecutorial authority, which, as I've done further research, and Mr. Bird and Ms. Visser and Ms. Nestor and I have all done further research literally up until earlier this morning, we think it's pretty clear that this court has the authority to make that, I'm going to call it a referral. I think it's an order referring it to the Attorney General if the Utah County attorneys choose not to do so. And the additional information, which we did receive today, I'll just tell you that, was that there had not been any communication between the county attorneys and the Attorney General's office concerning this issue. So I'll fall on my sword. If the court thinks I should be sanctioned for not bringing this up sooner, I hear the court, but we are we're juggling many aspects of this case all at the same time, some of which the court is aware of, some of which the court probably is not aware of, but the court can imagine.
No, and I appreciate that. And it's not the intent to sanction you. I understand that issues come up and there's a lot going on. And so the court appreciates your candor and representation today. So these items can evolve. And so the court is not finding fault with you. It's just hoping that as it requires a lot of time and resources for you and for fellow attorneys and for the opposing party and for other parties, we just might want to make sure we make the best use of our time when we're together.
I hear everything the court is saying. I take it to heart. I understand what the court's saying, and we are cognizant of the time that the court devotes to preparation for these hearings. So that's all I can really say.
Sure. And also for Mr. Robinson himself and the victim representative, Ms. Kirk as well. We just want to do our best. And I understand, and I'm not finding fault with you, sir, or your team. We've all been in court. We all know what happened. So I understand. I'll turn to the state. Oh, and I'm sorry. Is there anything further that you wish to represent?
No, like I could provide the court with more citations, but I'm just wondering if that's really the best way to give the court a list of verbal citations. I think with all consideration for, and we probably have, with all consideration for the fact that the court wants to be thorough and careful and we do as well. We don't want to shoot from the hip, but I think that we just decided that this was something that we needed to bring to the court's attention in a much more fulsome way. Once we understood not only the way this was developing, but frankly, the way the Utah Supreme Court, the ABA guidelines, courts of appeals subsequent to State v. Jimenez, and the information that we received today from the Attorney General's office, which isn't a secret. It's just we had a conversation and we learned that there hadn't been any consultation. If there had been consultation and the Attorney General had said, no, we think you're good to go, then that would be different. And that's what we learned this morning.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and take those authorities right now. If you'd like to list them, court is ready.
So the second one would be State v. Robertson, and that is also a Utah case, 886 P. 2nd 85. There's the ABA prosecution standards. I would refer the court to section 3.1.7 and 3.2.5. And those are, I think, the places to start.
Is there any Utah rule on point that addresses this issue?
So the case of State v. Jimenez, which I referred to, which is the Supreme Court, does actually cite a statute.
Okay. Anything further that you wish for this court to consider at this point in the proceeding as it relates to this issue?
No, and depending upon the statements of counsel, we may have some response if the court permits it.
Of course. Right. Thank you. Turning to the state, Mr. Gray.
Your Honor, I'm not sure why this is coming before us today. If it was such a surprise to them more than a week ago, I don't know why they wouldn't at least notify the court. I too represent the state. I'm an elected official, constitutionally elected to represent the state. Where does this end? I don't know these cases. I'm very interested to see whether or not they refer to trials. I know that the Utah Attorney General's office, they've done the same thing that we have in Rule 11 motions, where one counsel on the team examines their boss, in fact, on the matter. So I just think this is ambush and another stalling tactic to delay these proceedings. There's no reason that they could not have at least filed the motion and asked for time to brief it. And where does it end? Do we get to respond to their motion to have the Attorney General's office respond, or does the Attorney General's office have to respond to that one too? I'm not, well, anyway, I've stated my, it should have been done far earlier if that was their case, if that was their claim. And if I could just turn the time over.
All right. So in the chat, we have this guy, basically he's saying like, you've had plenty of time to do this, right? So why are you doing it just a week before? So if you agree with him, you think this is kind of sketchy, put a 1 in the chat. If you think this is all valuable and that this actually makes sense, put a 2.
Jimenez, which could have been provided to me before this hearing. It looks like those cases don't stand interest cases. They're actually, does the Attorney General's office have authority to prosecute cases that occur within a prosecution district or county attorney's jurisdiction? And the answer is yes. It's not about taking conflicts. From the few minutes I've had to read those cases, I do want to state this is, of course, the first time this has been raised to us. The defense has known that we were going to respond to this motion for some time. We requested an extension for our filing deadline back in December. The defense agreed to that extension. Our reply was filed January 5th. The defendant's reply was filed thereafter. And in that reply, the tone of that reply is mentions that they thought that perhaps a special prosecutor would be appointed to handle the conflict case. But in the alternative says, we'll be able to, we want to subpoena witnesses to establish the facts that are laid out in the state's opposition motion or memorandum. And that was what we understood was going to happen today. You have a family member of a prosecutor who has been subpoenaed. An affidavit has been supplied to the court. We believe that affidavit is adequate, but it wasn't adequate from the defense perspective, so they subpoenaed that person. Prosecutors have been subpoenaed for today's hearing. We have 2 investigators that have been subpoenaed for today's hearing. And we are ready to go, Your Honor. I think that the motion or the request the defense has made assumes that a conflict does exist and that there's an inability of the party who has been accused of a conflict to defend themselves. And I just don't think that that's true. If there is a conflict, which is the question that this court is to decide, the case will be referred. Until that conflict has been established, the case is properly in the jurisdiction that has statutory authority over that offense. And until that conflict has been established, the Utah County Attorney's Office has this case and can defend its involvement in this case. I got just a moment to review my notes and see if there's other points we want to make on this.
Of course.
There is one other point I wanted to make, which is the idea that the case would be referred, that alleging a conflict would cause a special prosecutor to be appointed. That really assumes that there is a conflict, and until that conflict has been established, there is no duty for the case to be referred to another jurisdiction or another special prosecutor to handle. And it raises some of the issues that have been brought up in some of the case law regarding creating or alleging conflicts. There's a lot of case law that talks about how it can be a tactic to try and remove cases from one prosecutor's authority to find a more lenient prosecutor, find a more favorable prosecuting authority that's not going to seek, for example, in this case, the death penalty. And there's a lot of case law that talks about you can't call opposing counsel as a witness in a case unless they're absolutely necessary. And the reason is because it can be a forum shopping effort. And we're concerned with that same kind of motivation or tactic that could be used in this case or other cases like it. Anytime you, as opposing counsel, you don't like the offer you're getting, the way the prosecution is being handled, you allege a conflict of interest, and all of a sudden the county attorney's office has to spend $10,000 to hire a special prosecutor just to handle that one issue, regardless of whether or not it's supported or whether or not a conflict exists. That's a concern we have. Your Honor, we're ready to go forward today. We think the evidence that will be presented today will illuminate the issues adequate that Your Honor can make a decision about whether or not a conflict exists, and we don't need to delay this proceeding any further. We're confident the court will see the facts as they are and be able to make that determination.
Mr. McBride, so the motion has been made by defense to continue this hearing to allow the filing of a motion addressing more fully this issue. And to that request, what is the state's reply?
We object to that motion to continue or to strike. We ask the court to go forward today. We think the motion is untimely. The prosecution has subpoenaed witnesses, and every delay that happens, the witnesses that we have now family members of the prosecution being subpoenaed. These people are ready to move forward and get this out of the way. The longer we delay this, the more anxiety that this procedure has.
All right, thank you.
Tell me what the name is.
To defense, any response?
Yes, John, thank you. First, I want to say this is not about seeking a lenient prosecutor. This is not about tactics at all. And it was actually the county attorney's office who informed us back in October that there was a family member of a prosecutor who was present at Utah Valley University at the Charlie Kirk rally and experienced and witnessed certain things. We didn't make this up out of whole cloth. We didn't grab onto some piece of discovery and say, a wedge, a tactic. The Utah County Attorney's Office informed us in late October that we needed to know about this, and we informed them, fine, that's your position, it's not a conflict of interest. We think it is, and we intend to litigate it. So it's not a tactic, it's not something that we've made up out of whole cloth because, like I said, we found a needle in a haystack. It's something that they properly brought to our attention, but we firmly believe that the law supports the conclusion that that particular prosecutor should have been screened off. There's good case law on screening, which we did fully cite in our briefs in a timely way. And there was no effort to screen off that prosecutor. And that has now created a problem for the whole office. That is not made up out of whole cloth. And like I said, it's not about tactics or lenience or delay. This isn't delaying anything, at least on our part. The other thing that I want to point out is to say that until this court decides there's a conflict of interest, somebody else shouldn't be handling this issue is circular. Because by that point in time, the court would have already allowed the conflicted attorneys to represent the state in a hearing on their potential conflict. So I actually think the way you avoid that circular argument and the sort of harm that arises if the court were to find that there is a conflict is to
holy hell, this guy would have made a great politician.
The Attorney General's office handle this. Yes, Mr. Gray is an elected official, but that doesn't mean that his office doesn't have a conflict of interest. Conflict of interests arise. A prosecutor decides to become a judicial officer. That's actually where most of the case law comes from. A prosecutor decides to become a judicial officer. That's actually where most of the case law comes from, as Your Honor knows. A defense attorney changes careers and becomes a prosecutor. There has to be a screening. The case law is very clear that the screening has to be adequate. There's been no screening here because Mr. Gray decided we don't think there's a conflict of interest. And what we're saying is it's not a needle in a haystack. It's not a tactic. It's not a fiction.
What are the contracts?
A thin reed. The evidence that the court has suggests, number one, that there's a very good possibility that as a legal matter, there's a conflict. Because they decided early on, without consulting with anybody, that they didn't have a conflict of interest, didn't put any screening mechanisms in place. And so I understand that they want to defend the decisions that they've made. But the question is, shouldn't the state be represented by somebody else in the course of this court resolving whether those decisions were right? Because to quote the law and to quote the ethics, the Utah County Attorney's Office is now serving two masters. I don't like that word, but that's the word in the doctrine. They're representing themselves and they're representing the state of Utah. And that's why the Attorney General or somebody else designated by the Attorney General should be representing them in this matter. And I do want to say one more thing, if I may, Your Honor, and I appreciate the court's patience. I think that the way we raise this issue in our reply brief is not as accommodating to just letting it go as counsel suggests. What we said is we asked the question is whether it is even appropriate for the UCAO to litigate this issue on its own behalf while the UCAO may have provided this court with the information that it has deemed relevant to this issue, the scope of the disclosures and litigation of this motion should have been assigned to another state agency, such as the Attorney General. We didn't suggest that this court should appoint a special prosecutor for all purposes, or that the filing of this motion means that the Utah County Attorney's Office is automatically disqualified from the litigation. That's the point of the motion, is whether they had a conflict of interest, and if they did, whether they handled it. And it's our position correctly, and it's our position that the answer is yes and no. So I understand there are witnesses here, people are ready to go. We think that the court should either accept briefing or agree with us that the referral is appropriate. And I want to cite, if I may, the citation by the Supreme Court in Jimenez. So this is 588 P. 2nd. It's 707, but this is at 708. This is the statute quoted by the Supreme Court. If at any time after investigation by and a finding and a recommendation from the district judge involved that the county attorney in any county is unable to satisfactorily and adequately perform his duties in prosecuting a criminal case without additional legal assistance, the Attorney General shall provide such assistance. That's very broad. What that means in this case is it's inappropriate for the Utah County Attorney's Office to represent itself when it is also representing the state. And that for this motion, this court has the discretion, we would say, respectfully, the obligation to designate the Attorney General to represent the state, the people of the state of Utah, in this motion. And depending upon how the court rules on the motion, then we have to see what happens next.
So is it your position that the court has discretion to make that decision?
I think that the court has the discretion to say to the Utah County attorneys, you shouldn't be representing yourself in this case at this stage as to this motion only. Continue to do what you do while this motion is pending, and we will resolve this motion. I am not suggesting that they should stop the work that Mr. McBride talked about preparing discovery, having their agents interview witnesses. We want to get this motion resolved in a timely way. It is not a stalling tactic, but I'm not saying, let me be very careful because I don't want to misinterpret the court's question. I'm not saying that whatever this court decides is the right decision because the court has discretion. We believe that the law requires that the county attorney's office be represented by somebody else for this motion. What I'm saying is the legislature gave the court the authority to compel that when the state attorney and the attorney general haven't done anything about that yet. I'm not saying that the court, I mean, I don't know what the standard of review on appeal would be. So I'm not just saying it's an abuse of discretion standard. What I'm saying is the legislature gave this court the authority to direct, refer to the attorney general representation in a criminal case where there's a showing of a potential conflict of interest. And I've been a criminal litigator, although on this side for a long time. So I understand what counsel's talking about is sometimes defendants come up with questionable grounds and move to disqualify. And I don't think that that's a finding that the court can make in this case. It was actually, as I said before, the Utah County attorneys who were concerned about this enough that they brought it to our attention. We have profound disagreements about the significance of the conflict and the way it was handled. Okay, and otherwise, I think I would be repeating myself if I said anything more without answering a direct question.
All right, I just have a brief question. Do you have your witnesses here today?
All the witnesses are here. We have no problem as a pragmatic issue going forward. Our witnesses are the subpoenas that we served, which were filed with the court. So to be clear, I don't think the court is inferring this. We're not unable to proceed if that was the court's conclusion. We are prepared and the witnesses are here. I'm just saying we think that it would be improvident and it could result in errors of law, and it could result in problems down the road.
Thank you. Do you need any additional time in regards to your argument to continue this hearing based off the citations you've provided, the authorities you've provided the court?
1 second. No, thank you.
All right, thank you. What this court intends to do is, this is an important issue. And I realize the totality of what's been presented. And my question in regards to your witnesses it was informatory. I just wanted to see if depending on what the court rules, if the parties, I don't want to disadvantage either party in that. So this is an important issue, and this court wishes to take a brief recess. I want to look at what's been provided and make see where the court needs to go. I want to inform myself, take a moment to look at it, and as opposed to just making a snap decision and taking into consideration all parties and the constitutional rights of all parties as well. With that, we will be in a brief recess. I always hesitate to give the time because sometimes I appreciate you being here. Court is in a brief recess. Thank you.
All rise.
All right.
Whoa.
Everybody wake up.
All right.
I feel like we need a palate cleanser after that.
Yes. I would hate to do one of those, alarm bells that's too loud because I don't want anyone to fall out of their chair, get too startled if they fell asleep. Whoa.
Let me make sure I mute this over here. They're playing some kind of copywritten music, of course.
Yikes. Okay.
All right. So while we wait on that, someone sent me that Lance Twiggs piano.
Oh, nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Baron Coleman.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hi.
You guys don't
He
get
is,
the hooded version. You get the blinds are open, the lighting is terrible.
Oh man, we feel special.
No, this is great. I enjoyed watching this. You got a very high IQ chat, I'll tell you that.
My audience, a lot of people have given them very, very high props.
Yeah, I enjoy your show, man. Trigger. I really genuinely do. I think it's I learn a lot from your perspective and what you have to say, and I truly just enjoyed watching the chat roll through today. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think well, your thoughts, right? Because people are saying, let's hear this from a lawyer. Let's hear some legitimate information instead of just all this people just talking for the last 30 minutes saying absolutely nothing.
Yeah, no, I mean, the defense is in a bad spot, right? So they have sorry, I'm on a backup camera here, so I can't tell what you're watching here. The defense is in a bad spot. They've got a Hail Mary argument they presented to disqualify the county attorney's office. It's likely not to succeed. And I think they realized that when they got the brief back from the prosecutors after they filed it. They did what look, half of being a defense lawyer is filing a bunch of stuff that's not going to work. That's just the reality of it. And you can't get mad at them for it. Almost always nobody's watching except the family maybe shows up occasionally to some of the hearings. Rarely is there a camera in the courtroom. Rarely are there 1,500 people on some podcaster stream watching live. And, I was scrolling X while we were watching, and it was just boom, 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 person after person after person posting about this. That's very unusual. So you've got a judge in a difficult position. You got a defense lawyer in a difficult position. The only one who was in a good position was the prosecutor. Because the prosecutor's sitting there going, Judge, they showed up with a new argument we hadn't been briefed on, you know? And you know, they briefed saying that they had case law. I mean, that's what a brief is. You're presenting to the judge your version, and it has to be factual. You know, there's a duty lawyers have with to approach the court with some measure of candor, right? If there's case law or if there's a statute or some regulation that's squarely against you, you have a duty to let the courtroom know. You have a duty to tell the judge that, hey, I'm making this argument. Courts historically have not liked this argument, but I am asking you to rule in my favor anyway. Or if there's good case law or good statutes or good regulations in your favor, you bring it to the judge and say, hey, this should go in my favor because look what previous courts have done. Look what the legislature and the governor have said. This is a little unique because they briefed that they should be disqualified, and then they show up after all the briefs are in and say, oh, well, we think the attorney general should be answering this.
Well, they also said they're still prepared. Like, we're prepared to go as it is right now, but we don't like it, right? So that's not really a case, is it?
Well, no, I mean, I think they know the Hail Mary on the attorney general is going to fail. And they don't want to say, well, if we can't go forward on our Hail Mary pass, then we want you to boot to another day. That'll look terrible in front of the judge and probably wouldn't go over well, would not be something that anybody would be amused with. So they had to show up ready to play the game. But, you know, that was not the hearing I was expecting to tune in and watch. I'll tell you that.
Is it not worth it, Barron, to just take this one on the chin and just concede on this and just say, you know, Your Honor, like, we give in on this? Like, we can just move along? Is that just a bad look?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to raise something in front of the court, you better be prepared to fight for it.
Yeah.
So they raised the issue that they think the attorney general should be the one handling this. I don't know why they didn't raise that in the briefs. There was some sort of briefing schedule. There was some sort of whether it's by Utah law or whether the judge set some special schedule. I don't know, but there was going to be a back and forth. You file, they respond, you reply. Maybe they reply to your reply, and then you take it up in front of the court. And so this was going to happen. They knew that this was going to happen. Why would you show up in court with a brand new argument? I don't understand. Unless somebody just last night was like, hey, I found some case where the attorney general took it up. Why don't we just show up in the morning and ask the judge to make that happen? And if he says no, we'll just go forward with what we had anyway. That's what I think's happening.
It just seemed like he really talked in circles for a while. And of course, you know, sometimes lawyers have a reputation for doing that, right? But it just seemed like he talked in circles for quite some time. I mean, I think the chat was certainly feeling that way.
Well,
all right, so Ben, we have some questions for you.
Oh gosh. I can't answer. Right. I don't know that I'll be able to answer all of them, but I'll try.
And we also don't know how long he has to do this, right? So everyone, show him some love, some likes. Go make sure you subscribe if you're not already over there on Barron Coleman, the Real Barron podcast. And we're gonna go through some questions. But like I said, this is basically his day off. So
that's why I look like it. Someone said, "Where's the hoodie?" I'm like, I don't wear a hoodie on my day off. You're getting you're lucky I went and got my real headphones. I was wearing these because I was mixing some stuff down earlier, and I needed to hear better than these do.
All right, so Monster Mom says, will Tyler Robinson have grounds for appeal later if they do proceed and there was, in fact, a conflict of interest?
Someone said they can only see half my face. I don't know what's showing up. Oh, it's because of the you're running
mobile. Yeah.
You've got the moon. Sorry, mobile people. This is what you get. So what was the question? Is it on the screen? No.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't put these up for some reason. But
okay,
let's see. Will Tyler Robinson have grounds for appeal later if they do proceed and there was, in fact, a conflict of interest?
Oh, sure. You always can preserve your appeals all the way through. But, you know, judges have really broad discretion on a lot of these early motions. So I don't anticipate that would be a winning issue. But I don't think the judge wants to get it wrong. I saw some people on X freaking out because the judge was going to take a break before he ruled on it. And I was like, what? I mean, just retire, go to the bathroom, get a cup of coffee, maybe get a bite to, chew on a Snickers bar, have one of your research assistants look up the case they're talking about and see what they did, and that's not unusual at all, that a judge would take 30 minutes or an hour or more to just make sure. You don't want to get it wrong. Nobody's wanting to get this wrong. I don't think Tyler's defense team is wanting to get it wrong. I know there's a lot of suspicion out there that that's happening.
Mm-hmm. Next, we said, do you think this is just a stalling tactic for some reason?
No, I mean, not a stalling tactic. I think it's a long shot. I think they knew it was a long shot. Can I get Baron Lower's chair? Here you go, guys. You get. So
Hey, Trigger, are you able to adjust the setting here? So
No.
Baron's not having to
Let me try.
the layout.
Let me see here. Oh yeah, okay. I see what they're seeing. Yeah, that's not good.
That's why I don't offer that backup option. Oh, go back to that one. That one wasn't bad. Where you had us three side by side. Yeah, that's not bad. Except
Those three.
Yeah, they can only see you.
Let's see, can I make it just you?
No, don't do that. Nobody wants to see that. It's my day off.
Yeah. Well, you get Baron's beard.
Well, at least they can focus on your mouth. That's the important part.
I used to have a little color in my beard. I mean, I can lower my chair. I just, for those watching on the main screen, I look weird.
Now, this is a good question. Are they trying to remove just one person, just the one that had the conflict with the child, or the entire prosecution team?
No, they're trying to remove the entire prosecution team by saying the conflict is imputed to the entire team. And I think that's a long shot. I don't think that's going to win the day, but look, you have to raise every issue. There are ethical rules that require you almost to raise issues are going to lose. It's called arguing for a change in authority. And sometimes, like, for example, we have Miranda versus Arizona, right? That's where they read you your Miranda rights. Well, prior to that, police officers did not have to advise you of your right to remain silent. But enough lawyers kept raising the issue, even though court after court after court said there's no rule requiring you to advise somebody of the right to remain silent. It's his fault he didn't know his right. Eventually, some judge was like, you know what? That doesn't sound right. They should advise you of that. And it makes its way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court agrees. And so sometimes you raise an argument that the law is not in your favor. You're arguing in good faith for a change of the law. I did this in a military court. We took it all the way to the CAF, which is the Court of Appeals for the Armed Forces, and we got the law changed on assault because the orders that they were giving were inappropriate. And we had several courts for a while tell us the law is not in your favor on this, denied. And then finally some court was like, you know what? That doesn't sound right. You're right. That order sucks. And so, they might lose, but they might not. They might win.
Here's a good question that goes along with that. Even if they lose, do you think there's a prosecutorial conflict, in your opinion, because of the child?
No. I mean, I see why they're raising the issue. I would absolutely raise the issue. I would be pounding on the podium. I would be having an epileptic fit right there in the courtroom. But the reality is I don't believe it. No. But I think they're approaching it wrong, too. I would go ahead and put her on the witness list. I would go ahead and call her as a witness to ask about what's going on in the bush. She's standing right next to the bush, try to establish perhaps there was a gunshot that came from behind her in the Sorensen Center. She's standing right in line with that. What about the people immediately afterwards that look to be directing traffic? You can see in Adam Bartholomew's Life is Driving video. There's a lot we learned from her affidavit when she put that she was 85 feet off to the left right there. That put her in a really interesting position.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about that the white figure on the Sorensen building. I'd love to see if there's something more to that.
Hey, I want to ask about this dope dog, top dog comment. I'm a Republican operative dirty lawyer who worked for Jews his entire career. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I've been a Republican and I did a lot of Republican campaign work, but I don't know about working for Jews my entire. I have worked for Jews. I worked for a great law firm in Boca Raton, Florida, for a little while with. I think I was the only non-Jewish lawyer there. They were phenomenal people. But that was back in 2008 and 2009. I don't know if that's my whole career, but I always like these people that throw bombs in the comments behind a name like Dope Dog, Top Dog.
Which they probably created today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've been called a CIA agent. I'm FBI. I'm a Fed, apparently, according to my audience. So is Kelly.
I put my face and my name out here and a 20+ year legal career behind everything I say, every podcast I do, every episode I do. And if he wants to hide behind Dope Dog, Top Dog and throw bombs like that, that's his business.
Someone says it's Dope Dog, Joe's husband.
Dope Dog, I got a book for you, brother. It's right here. It's called Introduction to Logic. It's a great book, Dope Dog. You can go get you some of that.
Okay, so now, in your opinion, does stuff like this just happen the entire time until the actual trial? Is this normal? Like, is it normal to have a year of just a bunch of BS pre-trials trying to like finagle things, move things around for your benefit until it actually happens?
I mean, as they rise, yeah. As they rise, sure. So they'll be at some point they'll have a series of 702 motions where they come in and start naming. I guess that's how it works in Utah. Most states it's all pretrial. I know. I did work in one state where the 702 hearing was taken up at trial, and that was a little unusual. But most of it's done pretrial, where the judge acts as a gatekeeper and tries to determine whether somebody has sufficient basis to serve as an expert witness. And all that allows is they're not a fact witness at that point. You can answer hypotheticals, you can go into, scientific authority, and you can get their opinion on that. And the goal is to bring the IQ of the jury up on particular issues. So that'll happen pre-trial. There'll be a preliminary hearing at some point where they even determine whether there's a preponderance of evidence that suggests Tyler Robinson could be found guilty. A jury could find him guilty of these things. At least there's some sufficient quantity of evidence that would permit these particular charges to go forward. That'll happen. I think it's presently scheduled in May. It may get booted depending on how things go. And then there'll be a series of preliminary hearings that sometimes they try to do it all in one. Sometimes they set it up in a series. But for the most part, court is theater. Like, everything's pre-decided, and all we have to do is put on a show for the jury at that point. And they will go through and determine what evidence is going to come in and what evidence stays out for the most part. Sometimes the judge will say, hey, just object to that at trial if you don't like it, and we'll take it up at that time. Let me see how the case is developing. But a lot of times, like, certain witnesses, certain phrases, certain words won't be permitted at trial. Certain pieces of evidence might not be permissible at all to put on. I can give you an example from my own career. We had it was in North Carolina, I think is where I was. They had a rule where you had to have all your witnesses identified more than 7 days before the trial. I've never been anywhere where they had such a hard and fast rule, but they did. And the prosecution tried to bring in a witness at the last second. And when they did that, we objected and said, no, this is not sufficient. And they took it up, and the judge ruled with us, and it knocked their case completely out. And we ended up winning that. And people say it's technicality. All laws are technicalities. You win however you can. And this is whether it's Tyler Robinson or I don't know, Charles Manson, like the worst people you can think of. Everybody's entitled to a zealous defense, a truly zealous defense. Everybody is entitled to a lawyer who is completely sold out, trying to get that person trying to get that person the best defense possible. And you want that as a member of the walking around public. You want that. You want the worst human beings in America. You want prosecutors having a very difficult time putting them in prison. Because if they don't, we're all at risk. We're all in jeopardy.
Now, is that double jeopardy if they go through all of this? Like you said, in your case, you won the case, right?
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean any charges in that case that you won and they lost, that person cannot be tried again forever again?
Well, yeah. So if a jury is sworn in, jeopardy attaches, or if it's a judge alone trial, as soon as the fact finder takes the oath, the jeopardy attaches at that point. And you cannot be charged for anything. I'll give you an example of this one. I've had a lot of fun cases in my life. Guy was charged with distributing cocaine, but it was a counterfeit substance. There was no cocaine in it, much to his surprise. He didn't know that. Neither did the people buying it. But in Florida, there's an actual charge of counterfeit substance. So he could have been charged with that. But once he's sworn in, they can't add more charges. And they realized when they, they often show up unprepared, they realized, wait a minute, there is no cocaine in this substance he was trafficking. And so jeopardy attaches, case dismissed, and he can never be retried with that again. Not in state court. He could in federal court, but he was not.
Now, double jeopardy, is that federal or is that like per state? Is that just at a local jurisdiction?
Yeah, it's per jurisdiction.
Interesting. So someone says, do you know, are these court appointed lawyers?
Mm-hmm.
All of them are? Okay.
Yeah, I think there might be the out-of-state lawyer, maybe a pro bono lawyer, Bert, I think is his name, the guy from California. But yeah, the Nestor is, I think, the lead court-appointed lawyer. And it's not unusual. I mean, a 20-year-old kid, he can't afford a legal team.
Someone said there was an attempt at some point to get Tyler Robinson better counsel, but it wasn't allowed. Do you know anything about that?
I know that lawyers have approached, and I don't know about better, but other lawyers have approached Tyler Robinson about representing him and have not been able to either get an audience with him or have not had their approaches accepted. For whatever reason. I don't know why.
Well, and the guy from California, he worked on the Menendez case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. Reptilian? Is that like reptilian? Right, let's see. Yeah, we're still on recess. So we're still waiting. Okay, so while we're waiting here, I'm going to head. Let's see. Where is it at? Here it is. All right. Now, this might be a first. This might be like an exclusive for a lot of you guys. See if I can get this pulled up here. This is Tyler. Tyler Twigs is the name of the channel. I believe this is Lance Twigs playing the piano.
I don't have volume. I don't know if they do.
Yeah, there's no volume.
Okay, tell me what the name is. Okay.
He's good. So now, the reason I'm showing you this video is because people are saying that the woman who's recording this video might be the same woman in the Brian Entin interview. So I know, like, Baron, I know you reviewed that video, and I was going to talk about it, but so many people have hit it. Jesse on Fire hit it. So I was like, 1,000 people have already hit it. No point to do it again. But what are your thoughts on this overall? Do you think that woman's legit, or do you think this was all staged? And if that's the case, Brian Entin is usually pretty well respected by most people as a journalist. News Nation is kind of iffy, right? But what are your thoughts on that now? So if he did stage this, does that ruin his reputation? Is it a one-off?
Well, we wouldn't know the circumstances about how it got staged. It's possible it was presented to him as a legitimate witness or a legitimate family member, and he just bought it and went with it because he trusted the people around him. I don't know. I actually have his video pulled up right here. Tyler Robinson's lover, location revealed, family speaks out. Someone sent that to me in the email. It went up 9 hours ago. It's got pretty good views, 90,000, 80,000 views. So, I'm going to watch it. I had it pulled up so I would remember to watch it before I took off with my family tonight. But I don't know. I don't think that woman seemed like she was particularly close with the family. She didn't seem to have firsthand knowledge of anything. And, I understand a lot of people respect Brian Entin. I do. But I just wonder why put that up And why go with that story when all she's saying is, I mean, I'm sure you get a lot of tips in your email or text or whatever, and you've got to kind of wade through them and think, does this person really know what they're talking about? Is this person really someone who I can put out in front of people or follow the lead or whatever? I don't know.
And where's the full length version?
Yeah, that's a good question. He only put up 2.5 minutes. And of the video he has today, this 30-minute video, I kind of did the little skim scroll at the bottom just to see if it was really only about 2 minutes. It's the same 2 minutes. Where's the rest of it? Who is this woman? And just describe her. Is she a cousin? Is she an aunt? Is she what is she? But whatever.
And it should be an exclusive, right? This is a pretty important thing. This is the first person we've heard from who supposedly knows Lance Twiggs. And Lance Twiggs has kind of been incognito. He's been in FBI protection, apparently, and is not any longer. But even her language patterns, if you listen to the way she talked, the way things kind of broke up, it didn't seem like she was, it almost sounded like scripted, and she was trying to like kind of remember it from memory. It didn't sound like it was flowing naturally from her.
Yeah. Well, it seemed like she was just trying to spit out talking points, is what it seemed like to me. There was one point, I don't remember the clip or what she said, but there were 3 different talking points she tried to get out. Can't remember what it was. My note just says 3 talking points and has the timestamp, but that's not helpful.
That's funny. Someone says, Baron, did you notice that Tyler and his defense team possibly used the same hair tonic oil, the greasy look? Is his defense team housed somewhere during the trial?
I noticed Tyler looked like he hadn't seen the sun in 6 months.
It looks rough.
He looked like a vampire.
He looked really rough, quite sickly.
I mean, I hate judging people by their looks. I really do. And I know jail is hard on you. But man, he looked awful.
A lot different from the last time that we saw him, even just, what was that, a month ago?
Yeah, I agree.
So we covered this. We'll do some super chats while we're waiting. The best and easiest software, StreamYard, etc. Like Baron said earlier, StreamYard is exceptionally easy to use.
Yeah.
You don't have to install anything on your machine. That's what I would definitely recommend if you're a beginner. Baron, have you tried OBS?
Yeah, I don't like it. It's hard to do by yourself, I think. If you're doing any kind of, now granted, if you've watched my shows, I'm not the best screen sharer in the world. People have been known to watch the side of my head while I watch something, a 30-second clip. That happens. But I think it's probably less likely to happen in StreamYard. And I have too many screens. I have 5 screens up at any given time, and it's a lot to keep track of.
You have 5 screens?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I keep stuff pulled up, and I don't know. And so I can never find anything. I've got to get a simpler process.
Now, did you want to, is it official that you have a producer yet, or is that still in the works?
No, it's still in the works. My sister's going to come work for me. She put in her notice at her job a few days ago, maybe last week. She's going to come work with me full time starting in February. And my last day of my job, I'm officially retired as of yesterday. That was my last day at my job. So
that's awesome.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it has been weird today. I keep like I have a normal Friday call every Friday at 8:45, and I woke up and I was like, I got to get ready for that call. And I was like, ooh, no, I don't. And then I went to the gym at noon while you guys were getting going. And normally I'm hustling to get back to sit down and do a little work in the afternoon. And I thought, all I got to do is go back and watch TriggerSmart and maybe dial in if the hearing's any fun. And if not, I'll just let them take it. I do only have about 15 more minutes. I'm heading to a trampoline park with my kids here in just a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah, they'll have fun. So but I'll have you on in a Bluetooth earpiece, frying my brain and thyroid, but to learn. I'm sacrificing for the cause, guys.
Yeah, I heard that thyroid news. I immediately bought all my kids wired ones right after that.
Yeah, I have some in here somewhere, wired ones. They're right here. I had to switch to these.
Hey, Fuzzy Logic, thanks for the super. It says, hey, Baron, let's get TriggerSmart huge in the Balkans too. Please explain the sham to us common people. Yep, he pretty much did. Thanks for the super.
Yeah.
And Pitiar, 3 talking points. He was a loner, he was a gamer, and he was on Discord.
Yep, that was it. It's like she couldn't spit it. She couldn't find a way to work it in there. And he was like, come on, I don't know. I mean, maybe he wasn't, but somebody was off stage like, hey, come on, hit it.
I don't give a damn. Twigs family, let's see. 20 years, refinancing, can't pay bills. Grandson's roommate kills Kirk. 42 days later, mortgage paid off. Where'd the money come from? I had not heard that.
I hadn't heard that either. Sorry, I was charging.
Interesting. So within a month and a half, their mortgage is paid off. And he was also,
I mean, again, his opinion. I don't want to be accused of asserting facts that aren't true.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Fuzzy logic. That's to someone else. You paid a super chat to send a chat to someone else you're already talking back and forth with. I mean, we appreciate it, but probably not the best way.
Hey, Dad, don't look a gift horse in the mouth, Trigger.
Okay, Baron, how would you pronounce this? I always say dynamites. Is that what you get from this?
I looked at it and saw DNA mites, but that is probably dynamites. You're right.
Yeah.
Let's see. 2 of my best YouTubers are in this live. Go Max, guys. Awesome.
You talking about Kelly and Trigger?
Totally.
2 of mine as well. I'm just here as a fan.
Yeah, it looks like we're still in recess. I don't know how long these recesses typically are.
Are you playing music in the background?
There is
coming to my house.
Very, very low. It's the stream for the court.
I'm going crazy. You know what's funny is this is other deaf people will understand this. When I wear hearing aids when I'm not sitting at a computer, and I run background music all day long through my hearing aids. It's like it's a Spotify playlist called Floating Through Space, and it's this real gentle cello music all day long, and it's just so soothing and calming. And so,
is that like that binaural beats, or is that different?
No, it's not binaural beats. It's called cello droning. They'll take like an F sharp and they'll just pull on that bad boy for like 2 minutes, and then it'll slowly fade into like A minor. You know, I mean, it's wild. But if you've you know, when you're deaf and you've got your ears ring constantly and you can't hear anyway, you might as well enjoy life.
Do you run that through an app? My son wears a hearing aid, so I need to learn a little more about that option.
Yeah, so I'll show you real quick. Hold on.
And for people asking, Billie and Brandie are still trying to get set up.
So on the iPhone, I got too many lights in here. On the iPhone, if you triple click your right button, or maybe I set it up for that triple click. Hold on. You get this option to, let me do this here. If you triple click, I don't know if you can see that, you get this option to hit background sounds, and background sounds, you can do like a creak or whatever, or you can just play your Bluetooth as if you're listening to like I listen to a podcast that way and stuff.
Yeah.
I'll be sitting in a meeting listening to a podcast because I don't care what the meeting's saying.
Nice.
And but you can set it to soft music and then just pull the volume down to like 20%. And you've got this just gentle cello drone all day long in the background. It's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I'll do it in church. Sit there and just like,
Probably lowers your blood pressure.
Yeah.
Does it make you float when you walk?
Yeah. People don't believe me when I say I gave up anxiety. I did. I used to have a problem with it, and I don't anymore. Just one day gave it up.
I don't give a dom. Thanks for the super. It says I'm a girl. People can't spell Dominique.
Are you really a girl? I've never known that.
Yes, I can attest to that.
Well,
are you on X? Is that where?
We've just gotten to know each other a little bit.
Okay.
I had no idea. I've always assumed that was a male named Dom, like the Italian name Dom.
Mm-hmm.
Like Dominic.
Yeah. Let's see. Moon Goddess, thanks for the super. Tyler's defense team is closely related to Joe.
Well, let's not be too harsh on them.
I mean, technically, they haven't gotten deep into the trial yet. They might be amazing. Let's see. Want to glorify God. Thanks for the super. All three of you are experts in different ways, and it's such a blessing to see you working together. We are truly blessed, and may God bless you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone in the chat, if you appreciate Baron being here, make sure you guys say thank you. Put a 1 in chat for Baron. Put some hearts. Show him some love. If you don't already subscribe to him, You're going to be here shortly, whether you want to or not, because he's amazing. And we appreciate you being on, man. I mean, just jumping on and on your day off and blessing us with your presence.
Yeah, no, I was hoping they would get done before I had to leave. My wife put a kind of a hard 3:30 Central deadline on getting up and getting out of my office. So I worked all morning, got a killer story working for Monday. There's a big surprise coming Monday.
Uh-oh.
I mean, it's just devastating. So it's going to be a collaborative effort with another creator, and it's going to be really, really good.
Is there a sneak peek? Are there any clues you can give without giving it away?
No, not that I'd have to think about that. Yeah.
So Monday, make sure you tune in.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really good story on Monday. Now, I am not going to be live on my channel. This will be on someone else's channel Monday. I've already committed to not doing my show Monday night. This is someone who goes a little earlier than I do usually. And so I will be on with that person Monday. Sunday, I'll do my normal show, but it won't be the explosive show. It'll be another story I'm working on.
So now that you're officially retired and you're doing this full time, do you have are you going to set a schedule kind of in stone, or are you still going to kind of play it by ear?
I'm going to commit to 4 days of free streaming, the 2 to 3 hour show. Sometimes it goes 3.5. I try to keep it under 3, and then I will commit to one member show of an hour or so, at least one a week. And the member shows are fun. Like, there's no prep. I'm sitting here like this in a long sleeve t-shirt, just banging away, answering questions, having fun, getting to know them. They get to know me. We just have a good time with it. And then I will, my goal is to go on with other people. I want to start doing some interviews. I used to do interviews and enjoy it quite a bit. I don't do it anymore just because I don't have time, but now I will have time because, you have to do the production end of it once you get the interview done. And I just never had time to do that. And I don't like kind of live interviews. So I'd like to travel, do some interviews. I bought some packing gear so I can, pack my equipment up and head other places, throw a couple mics, couple cameras, throw the roadcaster in there and hit the road. So, I don't know. I'm going to have some fun with it. If you're going to retire and dip your toe in the pool, you might as well do a cannonball, right?
I'd expect nothing less from you, Baron. Nothing less than a cannonball.
I'm just surprised you retired at 35 years old. That's crazy to me.
35, good sir. I'm not 35. I am. I just turned 46. So I've got a 19-year-old. So I'm.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So what's your youngest?
5.
Oh wow, that's a pretty big spectrum.
So he'll be and he just turned 5. He won't be 6 until fall. So in my 19, look, he'll be 59. I'll be 59 when he leaves the house. So when assuming he leaves at 18, some of them have not.
Yeah.
They're lifers.
But it's gonna be a good time, man. I'm really genuinely looking forward to this, to having more time during the day to create, to write. I like to write. I've always liked to write. I used to write a lot of fiction.
Are you gonna do a book? That was my next question. Are you gonna write like a Charlie Kirk book or something similar?
No, I wouldn't write a book. I wouldn't write a book on that. I don't think so. I've never wanted to write a book. I write articles. I write posts. I write, I just have a good time writing. I enjoy the art of it. I enjoy the challenge of coming up with. I almost always start, like, I know what my opening is going to be Sunday because I was sitting at the breakfast table this morning and I had this thought run through my head and I was like, what a great opening sentence for an opening statement or a monologue, whatever. And so I hear the opening statement, I hear the opening sentence of the opening statement, and then it just sort of starts flowing. And I have to stop and do a lot of research. So they take hours to put together usually, to make sure the facts are right. I don't want to look like an idiot. But I have a general grasp of what I want to say, and it's just double checking a few things. And then I get to go back, and the fun part is going back and touching it up, adding a little alliteration, dropping little Easter eggs in there where the first letter of a few sentences spells something. Mm-hmm. Just little things for me that I don't know that anybody ever picks up on, but I have fun with it. So
little gems.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to see if there's any other supers directly to you.
So here's I can't pull your comments up. Somebody said you're going to publish your high IQ outfit monologues. Somebody offered to do that, and they mocked up a website that had the monologues all cleaned up with the monologue clipped out and video embedded in. So I might put something like that together. I might take that person up on it and say, how much do you want me? I'll buy that from you. You know, how much do you want for it? And yeah, and just go ahead and put that on. I own enough websites. I could find somewhere to put it.
So now where all are you now on social media? Because I know you kind of spread out to like Apple Podcasts and all that stuff. So for people who are here, where can they follow you?
YouTube's the hub. That's Real Baron Podcast. And then, but you can search my name, Baron Coleman, 1R, Baron. Don't misspell it like Donald Trump did. And then X is Baron Coleman, Locals Baron Coleman, Rumble Baron Coleman, Spotify Baron Coleman. I'm not on Apple yet. I'm working on that. I'm working through one platform at a time. I don't want to overcommit, one platform at a time.
And that's a lot of extra work too, because obviously like with these, X, Rumble, Twitch, YouTube, you can do all at once from StreamYard, but all the other ones you have to do manually, right?
Yeah. Rumble, you can set up an API to grab the Rumble stream or to grab the StreamYard stream from Rumble. So you can do Rumble, YouTube, X Live at the same time. But if you want to do Spotify, you've got to manually upload it or put an RSS feed together and start firing it in there. But if you do an RSS feed, then you've got to end up customizing it for each location. It's almost easier just to upload it one by one. Speaking of, I need to do that today. I haven't done that from yesterday's show.
We do have one last comment for you before you head out.
Sorry.
Are you going to do a Discord server?
No, probably not. No.
I've heard horrible things about Discord servers.
Well, I shared this on my channel. I don't know if you heard it. Within like 20 minutes of Charlie Kirk getting shot, everybody was shocked and rushing to X, rushing like even to places like 4chan, because a lot of times they'll get weird news. Everybody's trying to just find any news they can from anywhere. And a buddy of mine called, longtime political operative, called me and he said, I bet you this was planned on Discord. I was like, what? What are you talking? We didn't know who it was. At this point, they hadn't even arrested George Zinn. This was that early. And he was like, I bet they planned this whole thing on Discord. And I was like, who? He's like, whatever leftist did this. That's where they plan all their crimes. And I knew right then, I'm not going to go on Discord. I don't want a platform where they plan leftist murders.
I heard something terrible about Discord. I was going to start one, but they said whoever creates the server and basically sets it up is responsible for whatever happens on that server. So if someone meets someone else and has inappropriate child-adult relations, or if somebody ends up, unalived from that meeting.
No kidding.
Then you're responsible for that. And I was like, I'm good. I think I'll pass.
I'm on a few Discords. I'm on a few research Discord servers, but I don't really understand them.
Guys, I wanted to pose this question. Earlier, we had someone who they may not be in the chat anymore, and I know we'll be hearing from Billie and Brandie in a little bit, but I was just checking on Gemini, so this may not be right or not. I have no idea for sure, but I was checking for a little update from the courtroom, and that it said that Erica Kirk was in the courtroom. So I was curious if, in fact, that was true.
She's a witness.
Said that she has remained in the courtroom throughout the afternoon, appearing visibly frustrated during the defense's arguments about prosecutorial bias. At one point, shaking her head as the defense discussed the trauma of the bystander's text message. Anyway.
I'm talking to Billie and Brandie right now. They said they're sitting right behind Tyler Robinson's family. I just asked them if Erica Kirk is there, so we'll see.
Okay. So stand by on that, but it would be interesting to see if she's made her way to the courtroom.
Erica Kirk in court, huh?
I'm saying nothing about that.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
I think that would just be, well, I guess what we can do is look for a plane real quick. Hang on.
Yeah, there we go.
I know she was a master witness or something, right? She got doctored in as a witness for some reason.
Well,
She's not
she's
a
supposed to be
witness,
like the almost the head representative of all the
Yeah.
witnesses. Yeah, or of all the victims, rather. The victims.
She's the victim rep. Yeah.
Yes, the victim rep. Yeah, so this is under the category of current courtroom demeanor. And so it mentions Erica Kirk, and then it mentions Tyler Robinson, that he's continued his eyes forward, stoicism. He hasn't looked at his parents during this session, focusing entirely on a legal pad in front of him. So
brought up are important, and the court wanted to take the necessary time
They're coming back on.
to examine what has been presented and make a decision on how we move forward today. The defense's argument, and the defense relying upon Jimenez and Robertson cases, if there is a showing of conflict of interest under Rule 1.7, then the court should exercise its discretion and require the Utah Attorney General's office to stand in for the Utah County Attorney's Office. Mr. Novak conceded that there has to be a very good possibility of a conflict or showing of a conflict. No authority was given to the standard of proof necessary to satisfy that showing. This court wishes to address the issue of the showing of conflict of interest under Rule 1.7. And with regards to the first question, whether the prosecutor has a conflict of interest under Rule 1.7, the defendant asserts the following facts, and I'm drawing from the motion itself and reading from it. One of the prosecutors on the case has a family member who, along with approximately 3,000 others, attending Turning Point USA at UVU on the day Charlie Kirk was shot and killed. The family member texted the prosecutor almost contemporaneously. I'll pretend I said that word right. With the event, and shared that they had heard the gunshot and that they had run with the crowd, and other observations, feelings, and reactions. Thereafter, the prosecutor went to UVU and investigated how far away his family member was to the shooting. The family member had left a backpack when they fled. Prosecutor determined that the family member was approximately 85 feet away from Charlie Kirk when he was shot. In my view, those are the alleged facts that the court must consider to answer the first question. Does the prosecutor, by virtue of his relationship with a family member who witnessed the shooting, have a conflict of interest?
Hey everyone, Baron has to run. Make sure you guys say bye and thank him for being here. And Baron will hopefully talk to you soon. Have a good one.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you hosting me. Thank you.
Yeah, my notes. I appreciate your patience. And so turning to defense. If I accept the facts as you have alleged in your motion as true, is there any reason to call witnesses to answer the first question before the court? And before you answer that, I understand that there are other relevant facts that pertain to the effect of the alleged conflict. Those facts would include whether the prosecutor was properly screened from the case, what conversations he had with other prosecutors, and whether the family member's experience impacted the state's decision to seek the death penalty. It is the defense position, as I understand it, that those facts may need to be explored through witness testimony. But if we're just talking about the first question, whether the prosecutor has a conflict of interest under Rule 1.7, is there a need to call witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. I understand that the court is trying to get to the threshold question that we have put before it with respect to who should be representing the Utah County Attorney's Office in this motion. But the answer to the court's question is yes, because it's not just the mere transactional event that this that the offspring witnessed the shooting. It is the evidentiary development will get at, and again, we were only provided with an affidavit, which was very, if I may, narrowly drawn at communications that happened after that between that offspring and their parent, between that offspring and other family members that may have been communicated to the parent. communications between the parent and other people in the office, impact. Okay, so now I'm going to just say, if I had found out that my child was at an incident where somebody was shot and killed, I would have an incredibly strong emotional reaction, even if they were safe. Okay, so give me a second, okay? There was a horrible shooting incident at Brown University a few weeks ago. And I have a child who lives within 20 miles of there who was in Providence that day. And everybody in our family was really freaked out until we knew that they were safe.
In Nebraska, every day is Take Back Day. Safely dispose of unused meds at hundreds of pharmacies statewide. Protect your family and the environment. Return unused meds at the pharmacy.
Turned out everybody's fine. But it's not just, oh, I was there, right? And my family member didn't witness a shooting. She wasn't in a crowd.
I have premium, but for some reason I think it's on the wrong account, but that's all right.
And take cover in case there were more shots fired, in case there were some other harm that occurred. Okay, so it's not just the fact that this person was 85 feet away from Mr. Kirk. It's that begins to that scratches the surface, if I may, of the totality of the circumstances, which we think created a conflict of interest. So the answer is yes, and that's why both the parent and the offspring are under subpoena and agreed to be here and agreed to testify. Obviously, it's the court's proceeding, but nobody's moved to quash, and I think it's obvious that that's because we need further factual development. And our reply brief, if it did anything, it communicated to the court the case law, which shows that this is a fact-intensive inquiry and that affidavits are required. And here we don't have affidavits from the parent or from Mr. Gray. We have argument in a brief, but we also believe that testimony from the offspring is necessary, and they're here and they agreed to be here. And they agreed that Ms. Visser could sign an acknowledgement of service of a subpoena. So the very, very long answer to the court's question is yes, definitely. We need to have an evidentiary hearing.
But isn't defense required to make the threshold showing from the facts that you're asserting? Isn't that where we begin? Not necessarily the state's response, but don't you have a responsibility to show that you've made a threshold showing of what you're asserting would rise to what you're asserting in your motion?
So the state, so the Utah County attorneys informed us that this offspring was present in a crowd, was caught up in the ensuing chaos, heard a shot fired, had to leave their belongings behind, witnessed the trauma of other people. We can't really get beyond that without fact development. And if what the court is saying, hypothetically, is I want you to go sit down and interview people, that's one thing. But if the court's saying that we somehow should have more information than the county has given us, we can't do that without evidentiary development. Okay? We have questions about whether there were more non-recorded communications that we haven't been told about. I think we have a good faith and the court could imagine that a family would talk about such an incident, and it wouldn't just be the text messages that the court has in the exhibit. And I don't purport to say anybody should run their family the way my family operates. I'm just talking about what I think would be natural, which is families talk about these things because we want to take care of our kids. And we want to make sure they're okay. And then we need to make sure that our responsibilities to the public and to justice aren't impacted by our personal experiences. And I think that we can only get at that, Your Honor, through evidentiary development.
All right.
And that's why, and I think that the state would agree with that, because that's why they provided the court with some affidavits and some fact in the course of argument. So I think that it needs to be fully developed through the very limited number of witnesses that are present.
I understand. Let me turn to the state. What's the state's position?
So I want to make sure I'm understanding your question. The question is, there's two layers here, right? The first layer is, when an alleged conflict arises, does in this case, the county attorney's office have to conflict the handling of that allegation to another special prosecutor, attorney general's office, right? Your question is, doesn't the defense have to make an initial showing before that first conflict has or occurs that requires that delegation?
Yes.
Okay. My answer is yes. I mean, otherwise we have to have a hearing to determine if another entity has to handle the substantive issue. And then you have to have another hearing to determine if there actually is a conflict. I think there has to be at first a showing that there is, a basis for a conflict. Otherwise, someone can come in and say, I think there's a conflict without any evidence whatsoever, or not evidence that's credible. I think, and for that reason, I think the court should be able to make this threshold showing based on the affidavit, right? The affidavit and the facts have been proffered. I think there's enough there for you to say, yes, the county attorney's office can handle this motion on its own, or no, this motion needs to go to the attorney general's office, whoever else, to handle the substantive issue of whether or not there's a conflict. I mean, I want to be clear. I don't believe under any of those circumstances that the issue needs to be conflicted out. I believe that until a conflict has been found, the county attorney's office or whatever entity has been accused of conflict can litigate that issue without litigating that issue.
All right.
Did I make myself clear?
I appreciate that, Mr. McBride. A follow-up question in regards, they're proposing calling witnesses to make that threshold showing. What is the state's position?
No, I mean, my position is no. I think witnesses should be called one time in this case, and that should be to determine whether or not there's a conflict, not to determine whether or not the issue of whether or not there's a conflict should be conflicted.
Okay. I think there may have been a little bit of confusion there, and I'll take responsibility for the question. In regards to the threshold showing about the conflict, so the threshold showing of a conflict of interest under Rule 1.7. So the AG's it seems to follow after in time to see if there's a conflict initially. So in regards to establishing that, defense, and I don't wish to speak for you, but my understanding is you wish to call witnesses to put that evidence on.
Then I misunderstood the court's question. I don't think we need to take testimony in order for this court to make a finding on under 1.7 that conflict-free counsel should represent the state in this motion. I am not suggesting, and I didn't mean to, that there should be two hearings. That's not what, so if I misunderstood the court's question, I thought the court was saying, do we even need an evidentiary hearing on your motion to disqualify? Isn't it enough for the court to just read the papers? But that was not, was that your question?
Well, and I'll take full responsibility on my question. That was really the push on it, because my understanding is that determination needs to be made based off what you told us in the beginning, that a showing of a conflict of interest, there has to be a very good possibility of a conflict, or showing of a conflict is the very first step before we go down the further road of addressing the AG's office. And so I was alluding to, based off that, does that require an evidentiary hearing from your perspective?
I don't think that it requires an evidentiary hearing, but I don't want to predict or make assumptions about the court's view. I believe that the Utah County Attorney's disclosure to us on October 20th of this situation and our assessment that it creates a conflict of interest is not frivolous. It's not taken for the purposes of delay or tactics. It's a real potential conflict. I don't know what the threshold showing is that permits or requires the court to exercise its authority under what is now in juxtaposition to the Utah legislature changes its code so often, like we have to figure out all the new code numbers, but it's now section 17-68-304, which gives the court the authority to appoint the attorney general in this situation for this purpose, 17-68-304, as opposed to the code section cited in Jimenez. The law is the same, but the code sections have changed. But what I'm saying is, I don't want to predict or gamble with what showing this court thinks is necessary in order to appropriately exercise its discretion to make that referral. And so if the court says, I need more, then we should have an evidentiary hearing, because the important thing is to get it right, not for me to bargain on whether our papers show enough. The only thing that we know that we can show in our papers is what we were told and what we were given. And we were given some text messaging between family members and maybe some other people. I mean, the court has that, it's an exhibit. That's all we really have. And so I don't want to just say, oh yeah, there's enough there, and then have the court say, no, there isn't. Because it may be that the court wants to take some permit us to take some preliminary testimony in order to make that decision. But what I really think, instead of starting an evidentiary hearing on a motion to determine if there should be a referral, I think that there's a sufficient showing that there should be a referral by this court because of 1.7 under the court's authority under Utah Code section 17-68-304 before we even begin to take testimony. I mean, the fact that Mr. Gray is going to be the first witness we call already, and that the state hasn't moved to quash because it's a frivolous subpoena or it doesn't have, there's no basis in the factual predicate to examine Mr. Gray about these things, suggests that there's a problem here. That Mr. Gray's office is representing Mr. Gray while also trying to represent the state. And that's an inherent problem. And I understand it's a thorny question. It's what's the showing that's necessary, and does the court have discretion, or is the court compelled to? Is the court going to commit error if it doesn't? That's why I think that maybe some thoughtful briefing is an appropriate thing to do before we start an evidentiary hearing and then realize that we got off on the wrong foot, because there should be somebody else seated at counsel table when two members of the state's attorney's office who are members of the prosecution team are two of the 4 or 5 witnesses in this hearing. So I'm not trying to dance around the court's question. What I'm really saying is, I don't know that we can be stuck with only being able to give a court a showing based on the evidence we've been given, when all we've been given is a memo that says, this person was there, we don't think it's a problem. They were 85 feet away when Mr. Kirk was killed.
And so, and I appreciate what you're saying, counsel, but what I'm trying to determine is, in your regard, in your understanding, I want to address this, the sufficiency of the showing. Is it your request for an evidentiary hearing for you to present to the court enough evidence for the court to make that determination, or something else?
If the court doesn't believe that the papers themselves sufficiently demonstrate that for purposes of the motion to disqualify, the state should be represented by somebody else, then the answer is yes, we want to have an evidentiary hearing up until the point where the court reaches that conclusion. Because that would be the only way for us to satisfy whatever showing the court deems necessary. So we're not going to waive an evidentiary hearing if the court's saying, well, I don't think you have enough evidence here. Obviously, the answer is yes. What I'm really just saying is, I think that based on the papers, the court can say, yeah, this is a significant problem in a serious case that has really, really serious consequences for Mr. Robinson, for the people of the state of Utah, for the victim's family, and we should do this carefully and correctly. And I think the way to do that is to have the Attorney General of Utah designate somebody in their office to represent the county for this limited purpose until the court determines the scope of the conflict. We think the conflict requires disqualification from the case, but ultimately, obviously, that's going to be a judicial determination.
All right. Anything further from the state before the court makes its ruling on this issue?
I just want to clarify, you're talking about the need for an evidentiary hearing in order to determine whether or not the county attorney's office can handle the motion to disqualify?
No, I'm determining just an initial showing of a conflict that exists here. Like it.
Well, for what purpose? To disqualify the office or to have the attorney general's office step in and handle the disqualification motion?
To disqualify the office.
Can I take a crack at it?
If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Gray, just stepping to the left room, just so the record picks you up. Sometimes these microphones are a little long.
If I could take a crack at it. Basically, I think what you're saying is kind of like a Frank's hearing where you have to allege sufficient facts so that based on those facts, if the court takes that as true, then you would need whether or not there would be a legal basis to conflict it out or find a conflict, right? And so if they don't make that showing, then the court can rule straightway. But if they do make that showing, if what's alleged is true, then we go to an evidentiary hearing. Is that?
Mostly, it's the initial showing of a conflict. And what happens after that will be determined because they're bringing this up for the first time today.
Basically like a prima facie showing initially, is that what you're
Essentially.
saying? Yeah. Okay. I think that's, I'll let you.
No, I appreciate your clarification. Mr. McBride.
Nothing else.
All right. It's the court's, and I've read the briefing by all parties and listened to the argument today, and I don't believe a sufficient showing has been made for the court just relying upon the briefing itself. And so I can't make that finding based off, I would find that threshold showing hasn't been met based off the briefing. And turning to Mr. Novak, based off that finding of the court, what is your position?
Our view is that if the court has concluded that the briefing does not yet rise to the level of proof that the court should at this time make a referral, then the court should begin to take evidence. And there may be a moment where the court says, okay, I've heard enough. Now I'm ready to make a referral. And we're going to stop and pause and wait for the Attorney General to engage. And then we'll have to see where that goes. But it may be that we have to finish the evidentiary hearing. But, and I think all of us can attempt to prioritize the portions of our examination so that the court can make that finding as early as possible. I'm just trying to avoid doing the hearing twice.
I understand.
Because right now, it's our view, the state is not being represented by the attorneys who should be representing it. And so if the state's going to come in later and say, well, we want to redo the evidentiary hearing because the state wasn't represented by the right parties, I mean, it just, or by the right lawyers, that's something that we would want to avoid. We want to do this once out of a courtesy to the court and to a couple of the witnesses.
No, I appreciate that. And can this be accomplished by proffer?
I don't know what the witnesses are going to say because they've only given us very limited information. The state elected to give us information in their briefing, some of which is, like I said a few times now, is not sworn by affidavit or declaration. It's in the nature of argument. I mean, there are portions of Mr. Gray's brief, he signed it, where he makes many, many assertions of fact in the course of arguing the legal issues. And none of that is sworn. And I mean, I'm sure that, and I think, so I don't think there can be a proffer because I don't know what the proffer is. I know that I have a lot of questions about things that that the court was not told about in the briefing and the affidavits. So the answer respectfully is no, it can't be done by proffer.
All right. And which witnesses are you intending to call today? Now, I understand you're saying you wish to just put on enough and focus on the key issues, but just if I were to grant, I'm just trying to understand the scope.
Well, I think Mr. Gray is the first witness. The second witness.
Your Honor, who may approach?
Yes. Parties to the bench, please.
Okay.
Can anyone read lips?
Thank you, counsel. In regards to the question of what witnesses do you anticipate calling?
Mr. Gray, I'm going to get his title wrong, but Mr. Christensen is an investigator with the county attorney's office. The prosecutor, who we believe is conflicted off, and their offspring.
All right. Any input from the state at this point?
No.
All right. I'm assuming the next portion that we need to address is your motion in regards to the hearing itself, the evidentiary hearing, whether it's closed or open. Correct?
Is the court looking over my shoulder at
No, I'm
media
looking
counsel?
at, no, you.
Okay.
Sorry, there is someone behind you, but I was trying to look at you. That monitor's in the way, but I appreciate the clarification.
When the county attorneys have informed us of this factual issue, and we told them that we thought that there was a disqualifying conflict, we had an agreement that we would file our motion privately, I think is the correct term,
Sure.
so that certain identities were protected. And that was at the request, and we've continued to accommodate that, and we have no problem with that. So we are not pushing for this hearing to be closed, but we totally understand why it's appropriate to do so. And it is, and Mr. McBride has verbalized this very well in conversations and in council, the record is going to be very, very muddy if we can't have examinations that use names and identities. It's just going to be super, super awkward. And so that's why we are fine with the hearing being closed, which I think it's fair to say we view as an appropriate deference to the requests of the county attorneys.
All right. To the state.
Given the extreme publicity and the issues that surround this case, we would ask that this portion of the hearing be closed. We've had communications with counsel for the media. We believe that they agree to that after taking a balancing test of the public's right to know and the right to an open proceeding and the privacy interests at issue.
All right. One of my concerns that I have, and is there any other parties weighing in?
I think there may be, Your Honor, both
Your Honor.
WebEx and here in person.
All right. Well,
Your Honor, this is Jeff Hunt. Can you hear me?
I sure can, Mr. Hunt. Thank you.
Your Honor, thank you for the accommodation and courtesy to allow us to appear remotely. With me is my colleague, David Ryman. We represent the Deseret News, KSL, KUTV, and other news media. We would like to speak briefly to the closure issue, if that's okay.
All right. I'll hear from you.
We did meet and confer with counsel for the state and counsel for the defendant concerning closure. And counsel has explained that they believe it would be impossible to conduct this hearing or even portions of it in open court without causing prejudice to the privacy and personal safety interests of the family member witness involved. They've told us they believe it would not be feasible or practicable to approach this on a witness by witness basis or an issue by issue basis because they believe the names of the prosecutor and the family member would be used throughout the examination of witnesses. So we have no reason to doubt the statements and representations of counsel, and in reliance on those would not be objecting to closure of the evidentiary hearing on the disqualification and the referral issues unless the court has a different view and believes that we could parse this on a witness by witness or an issue by issue basis. That said, Your Honor, we understand that counsel for the state and the defendant have agreed to review a transcript of any evidentiary hearing and make limited and appropriate redactions so that a public version of the transcript could be released. And with that, there are just a couple other brief points I'd like to make. First, we think that this should be the rare exception to conducting these proceedings in open court. There's a strong constitutional presumption of open and public court proceedings, and of course, enormous public interest in this particular case. That openness and transparency is an institutional value that serves this court, the participants, and the public well. The facts and circumstances of this particular motion, given the fact that it concerns a family relationship of the prosecutor, makes it a very extraordinary and unique situation that we feel, given the representations made, can justify the closure. Although we do believe in most cases, just the fact that a motion implicates a witness will not be grounds for closure. Second, we just wanted to get on the record that we believe that release of a transcript is not an adequate substitute for the ability of the public and the press to attend and view the proceedings themselves. For this particular evidentiary hearing, that may be the only practical mechanism for the public to obtain some information about the case. But again, we would expect this would be the exception and not become a regular practice. And finally, Your Honor, it's our position that any oral argument on the disqualification motion or the referral motion should be conducted in a public hearing. As this hearing itself has shown, a lot can be done and argued without disclosing the names of family members or the witness at issue and jeopardizing those interests. Counsel can refrain from identifying the prosecutor or family member to protect the asserted privacy interests. And we have experienced counsel. They can be mindful of that issue during oral argument, and it's not unduly burdensome for them to take those steps. And any burden would be greatly outweighed by the public interest in learning more about the motion and having at least an open argument. So we do believe that the argument, and I understand the argument will be made at a later date, not today, but that should be done in open court. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Anything further from the parties?
Your Honor, as to the oral argument, it is our request that it be closed, and the reason why is that we're not perfect. Names slip. It's happened in trials. It's happened in arguments before, and I'm concerned of the risk that could have if one of the parties, one of the attorneys, were to slip and identify those who ought to be protected. With that said, a fallback position could be not live streaming the event and requiring any redaction should an inadvertent mention of a name be made.
Thank you. Counsel, one of my biggest concerns is I have to make findings of fact that are very specific. I can't redact my findings when I issue an order. And I will have to cite to the relevant facts. And quite honestly, the name of the prosecutor is a relevant fact. I can't simply glaze over that and make an assertion. It's important because it relates to various factors that you may address and which has been brought up in briefing. And so this court is going to deny the request to close the hearing as it relates to, and I will take this motion witness by witness. I understand that there may be a witness that this is applicable to, and the court will entertain that. But because this court has to make findings and has to cite to the facts, I need to be able to do that. And since I'm going to do that anyway, which I will, I'd rather address it in an open court. And again, I will entertain any motions, witness by witness, that are going to be called and be respectful of that. But going to Mr. McBride's point, you both have that duty. It's in regards to how you present. And if you're talking about a name that needs to be protected, that's on you on how you speak. I can't. It seems inappropriate to create a safeguard to prevent you from making a mistake on accidentally saying a name. That I don't believe that would be a proper reason to close the hearing just for that. And I understand the pressure, counsel. I know it's difficult, but I cannot accept that as a reason to close the entire proceedings for the evidentiary hearing portion. But again, as the witnesses are called, I will entertain the motion whether to close the hearing per witness, and we will address it as we go. Mr. Novak.
Yes, Your Honor.
With that, how would we like to proceed? Well, first, is there any clarification needed on this court's ruling as we're proceeding into the evidentiary hearing?
I just want to clarify. Are you going to entertain motions to close at the outset of every witness? Is that what I understand?
If the motion is made, yes.
Okay, thank you.
May we have a moment?
Yes.
All right, just real quick, guys. Make sure you guys hit that like button. It's the only thing that makes YouTube know that you're enjoying this. And if you have any questions, make sure you're putting those in. We'll be doing Q&A and stuff afterwards. And then hopefully, if everything goes according to plan, I've been talking to Billie and Brandie, and they're currently in the courtroom. But we're going to hopefully talk to them live after they get done and bring them into the stream and possibly do an interview with Brian Inton. So we'll see how that goes, see if we can make that happen.
It'll be exciting to get a little color commentary from after them sitting inside of the courtroom for several hours. So fingers crossed that we'll be able to hear from them shortly and we'll get a move on here with the proceedings.
Yeah, Billie and Brandie said they just walked out of the courtroom, so I think they're going to be getting set up.
Oh, nice.
Thank you so very much for holding.
Oh, looks like I'm off. Would it be easier just to go into a brief recess? I don't want to make you feel rushed. You have obviously important conversations. So it's the court's intent to enter a brief recess to allow the parties sufficient time to discuss whatever you need to discuss.
Your Honor, I think I'm comfortable moving forward, making a offer right now, and asking you to reconsider that motion. And the reason is because courts, the Supreme Court of Utah, appellate courts refer to witnesses by their initials all the time. In our pleadings, we often refer to witnesses by their initials. In Supreme Court of the United States opinions, witnesses are referred to by their initials. And that's because there's a privacy interest. In this case, I don't think a privacy interest could be greater. This case has polarized the nation in many ways. And there have been death threats made against other witnesses. There have been death threats made. My understanding is there's been threats against counsel. Our office has received threats. Doxing is a real thing, finding people online, harassing them online. With the technology that we have now, it's not that hard to find out just about every detail about a person through internet searches, paid subscriptions to programs that do background checks. And we are extremely concerned that we will have a person that does not need to be subject to death threats, to harassment, to doxing, to all of those things that can be avoided. We're very concerned that that will happen and happen to this person for no other reason than this person's father is a prosecutor on the case. Your Honor, I think that there's a way around this, that we can avoid those threats to her, those risks to her. And I think it's by referring to substitute names like we have in the public pleading. So, Your Honor, I would just really ask you to please reconsider your opinion. There's a stipulation from the media to shut this portion of the hearing. There's stipulation from the defense. I think the court in its ruling can refer to the prosecutor as the prosecutor. I think it can refer to child as adult child. I think that would be adequate. I think in a sealed record, there can be references to names. That would be my request, Your Honor. I can't ask more adamantly than I am now.
To defense.
We take no issue with anything that counsel has said. That's why we completely deferred to the the county attorney's initial request that all of the briefing, as much as possible, be under seal and then redacted.
Thank you. One of the points that when I was considering this as a potential issue is that both parties filed a public version of your motions, and you used a mechanism to convey that same information. And then I understand that that makes it tricky, but it was the choice of the parties to do that, to publish those public versions. And the court is fine in regards to particular witnesses referring to those terms that were used in the motions. But this court does not agree that the entirety of the evidentiary hearing needs to be closed. And it is a very broad approach to a narrow issue. And I understand and I respect the concerns made by Mr. McBride. And I understand that. And the court is willing to go witness by witness. If you feel that a particular witness, that needs to be closed, the court will entertain that. I understand the issues of safety, and the court feels the urgency and the importance of that has been stated. But this court cannot find that the closure of the entirety of the evidentiary hearing is proper, given the motions that have been filed publicly online. And I have to leave it to counsel in deciding how you present the evidence, how you state the names. I'm willing to abide by the format used in those public motions, but this court denies the request to close the evidentiary hearing. And again, we'll take witness by witness a motion if that particular witness needs closure that particular witness's examination needs to be closed.
If the court's ready to begin the evidentiary hearing, we would call Jeffrey S. Gray as the first witness.
All right.
If the court wants to take a little break, we can do that too.
The courts can move forward. If parties need a break, I'm happy to give a break. I know we're switching gears here. Yeah, go ahead. In fact, let's go ahead and take a brief break. We need to relocate our court reporter, so this is a natural spot to take a break.
We have one moment of sidebar.
Absolutely. Hold on.
Did you guys hear him? The judge is like, hold on, because his mic was still hot. Kelly, you are muted, I believe.
Oh yeah, I've got kids home, so we're recapping the day.
All right, so everyone in the chat, put a 1 if you think this judge is a good one, and put 2 if you don't trust him. Because I've seen a huge mixture. Some are like, this guy is great, this is awesome. And yes, like he's saying that he wants to continue having the media coverage and allowing it to be an open case, which I think is awesome, right? So put a 1 if you agree with that, and put a 2 if you think there's something compromised with him based on the fact that he's newer. He was just appointed basically, was this 70 days or something before this all started? And he was also supposedly in the Google Trends searches. And make sure you guys hit that like. That's like paying YouTube to show us. Make sure you follow Kelly Raybon if you're not already. You can see her information down there. She's on YouTube, X, TikTok, and Instagram.
And of course, if you're joining from my side, make sure you're following TriggerSmart.
And they haven't been on yet, but they have been giving us information. So even if for whatever reason they can't go live and make it work, they've already been helping us out. But make sure you follow Brandie and Billie as well. It's the Brandie and Billie Show on YouTube. They're also on Instagram and X. So you have to imagine, even if he did do this, even if Tyler was the shooter and somehow they have some kind of proof, just imagine the amount of stress and pressure you're going through doing this over, weeks, months, and years, being in jail the whole time. I couldn't even imagine that amount of stress.
Yeah.
All right, let me check the polls.
I've seen some folks in the comments saying, does he look smug or is he smiling in regards to Tyler? It's hard to read too much into it. I think the guy has been locked up in jail, we believe, right? For months now, for 4 months now. He's had 2-3 chances to leave, to leave the jail. So I don't know. I'd probably be smiling to be outside too.
Counsel?
I believe the exclusionary rule is being invoked.
Yes, Your Honor, we'd ask the court to exclude all witnesses during the testimony of other witnesses.
All right. And to the state, any input?
We agree.
And at this time, would it be convenient to just take a brief recess?
Yes, please.
All right, it's 3:20. How about we come back at 3:30 and resume on the record?
Sounds good.
All right, court is in recess.
Give me just 1 second here. Just moving stuff
Bars and
around.
tones. Yep.
All right, Kelly, did you want to go through some questions and comments while I'm getting stuff organized over here?
Absolutely, sure. Well, I see unmasked nurse mentioning the coroner's new, there was a new doctor, there was a new judge, the FBI. I don't know about all the FBI agents being all new, but certainly the special agent in charge of the Utah office being new. Lots of newbies running around that scene. That's for sure. Let's see. He's probably, Barrick Build said he's probably coming to terms that his life may be over, but also refreshing to get out of the cell if he was even actually locked up. Yeah, I mean, we really don't know. That is a question that a lot of people have been asking, wondering what are his real arrangements, you know, behind the scenes. But it's a very vulnerable position to be in. Even if you are the patsy, whether you did it or not. Someone, inner umpire says, I believe an influencer has made this point, maybe multiple, but I think it's interesting. They keep saying the shooting when so many believe that that is still in question. Yeah, I have called it now for quite some time, the incident, because I think that the modality of whatever happened is still in question. And I mean, I'm one who doesn't necessarily believe that Charlie is actually dead. So I just call it the incident. I know that's controversial for some to hear, but I'm just honest about how I personally feel, even though I still objectively cover all angles of this.
All right, Kelly, I got to play a little bit of music where it's been so slow and like
I know. I had to get my energy drink.
I apologize if this is too loud, but I need something to wake up.
Arms.
All right, that's good.
I think you're supposed to like cross arms, cross your legs. I think that's like crossing on opposite sides of your body is supposed to be good for your brain or something to help wake it up.
Oh, okay. So if someone's asking for a summary. So I just want to make sure this is muted. Okay. So basically what's happened so far for those, I mean, there's a lot of new people here since we started, but long story short, the prosecution, one of the children of one of the prosecutors was in the audience. We don't know if they saw him get shot or not. One source says that they didn't. The other one says they did. So the defense wants to remove the prosecution, the whole team, it sounds like, because of that, and thinks they're compromised. The judge has basically said so far, and they also actually asked for media to not be involved. They wanted a closed court. So that was, as far as I can tell, it was denied, right? So based on what we've seen so far, he says no, it will be open, and he's open to listen to more stuff later on. But as of right now, he is going to keep it open. And he is basically, at this point, it sounds like he's against removing the prosecution. So we'll just see. They're getting more stuff together and they're moving on to some other stuff. But it sounds like he's not buying it and he's not biting. So, and they tried different things like saying that people were being doxxed and threatened and, you know, threats against their life. And maybe the case where, what if one of the prosecution accidentally says someone's name or something similar. And he said, you guys are responsible for what you say. You're responsible for protecting your witnesses and your, the people that you're dealing with. So, so far, I think he's probably making the correct decision. I don't know how he's going to turn out long term because this is a new judge, but it sounds like he's not really putting up with the crap. So hopefully things will turn out in a good way to give Tyler the best possible chance.
Sunshine 6745 had asked for my handle. So, thank you, Trigger, for putting that up there. Kelly Raybon on X, YouTube, TikTok, and Kelly R on Instagram. That's just one L.
Zen Lens, you asked if the daughter was, or if the child was an adult. Yes, I believe they're 18. So it's an adult child. Yep.
The offspring.
Yeah.
You know what offspring makes me think of?
The band?
Yes. You do a poll for that.
Was Offspring terrible? Is that the poll?
I don't know. I feel like it dates me a little bit. Dates us.
So they said the daughter's 18 years old and attends Utah University. And then again, one source said that the daughter was within like 50 or 80 feet of the shooting. And then the other source says that she didn't witness it. She never saw it. So we really don't know what's true at this point.
Oh, did you see that earlier this week there was someone at Utah University? There was some kind of event, speech, whatever, and one of the guys came up to the microphone and he threatened someone saying he was going to get kirked. Gosh, it's terrible.
Let's see. You might hear my dog barking here for a little bit. TK Parks, do we know if the grieving widow is there? Brandie and Billie said she is not, and she typically wouldn't be based on what they've heard.
So guys, that is one reason why you cannot rely on AI. And that's why I gave the caveat. I asked it several times. That was Google Gemini. I asked it 3 times. Are you sure? Are you sure?
All right, so we have a super from CO31181. Lance used, it looks like it's a question. Lance used the Tyler Robinson iPad to text himself. It's an interesting idea. I guess you'd have to know if it was done through iMessage or not and which device it came from and the IP address of it, but that's possible, yeah. Namvet, thanks for the super chat. Hello, Kelly, new sub from TriggerSmart.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the party.
Brian Ramble, thanks for the super. Am I here? YouTube acting odd. Are you not getting responses to your messages? Is that what's happening? I'm not quite sure what to do about that one. I apologize if something's going on weird, but everything looks like it's good signals and stuff right now. Yeah, and this as well. And the daughter heard that he was shot following the narrative. Interesting.
Good eye. Good ears.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important because people, they look to podcasters like us and Baron and Ian and Jesse on Fire and all those guys. They look to all of us for the information, but you don't realize a lot of the information comes from you guys through tips. So keep digging. The more people look into it, they say 2 heads are better than 1. So if we get thousands of heads, imagine what we can do. There you got another one. Offspring's a great band. We just have a few more minutes here until this recess is over, then we'll be right back in. And Brandie and Billie, I believe, are getting set up right now.
Oh man, Nova Cloud. Now you're gonna have that song stuck in my head. The first lyrics of the song. Matt could sing it for us.
Matt's not singing. That's funny.
Yep.
Baron Coleman is pretty fly for a white guy.
They've got some hits.
What was the biggest one?
I mean, kind of feel like pretty fly for a white guy was, yeah.
If you've never heard of them, you're probably like under 30, I'm guessing. Maybe even younger, actually, to be honest. Hey, Jordan, good luck on your next test.
Good luck. Good luck. If you guys have not followed Jordan Henshaw, he has been doing incredible work. Every night he goes, or 5 nights of the week, I believe, goes live on his YouTube channel and is really putting in a lot of work to recreate what happened to Charlie with the fake death theory, stage death theory.
And air guns and all that.
Oh, yeah. Quite elaborate.
Let me see. You said tell your dog hi. Kelly, can you continue for a second? Maybe I'll go grab him.
Sure
no one's ever seen him
thing.
before.
Yep. In the meantime, you can tell my dog hi. Yeah, you go for it. Go tell your dog hi. And Bobby, BE.X, what do you mean? Why am I so boring? Literally 0 charisma. I am chock full of charisma. We're going to question your judgment. Okay. Let's see. Did anyone ever find out if the blonde lawyer was at the Charlie Kirk event when he was taken out, reported by Brandie and Billie? We can ask them that, Elsie Rogers. I know it's something that has been talked about. There's been an image that did look like the woman, but I don't know that it's been officially confirmed. That would definitely be the pot calling the kettle black if that were the case. So I don't know. They better hope not.
This is Brownie really quick. I got to hurry because he's super squirmy, but he's our little Dotson.
Oh, so cute.
Right.
Kita Gigamew. I'm actually doing a whole stream on that tomorrow night. So on why I think Charlie is alive. So I hope you can subscribe to my channel and tune in tomorrow night for that. It's way too much for me to try to explain right now. It's one of those things you're going to have to sit down with like a snack and a beverage and get comfy because there's a whole lot to unpack. And we're going to try to at least start to get into that substantially tomorrow night. Gold, blue, red, pink. Oh, you know what? Actually, she may really be working on logistics, fireworks for the next show because you guys, they will be having the counter Super Bowl halftime show in case y'all forgotten. Now they have not, last I checked, announced the lineup yet. Last I saw, they were going to save the entertainment lineup to be a surprise. Ooga boogas, girl. Yes, I do recall that Erica got the restraining order against Tyler Robinson back early on in the initial arraignment. What I was thinking though, that the exception would be for court proceedings, like if she wanted to attend. So I don't think that would, preclude her from being at court. Top kind of gal. And there had been, as far as we know, no evidence of him like threatening them or anything like that in the past, any evidence that he was going after the family. So I don't know. Yeah, restraining order does not cover a courtroom trial of the case. Thank you. So Elaine Nicotra 2983. Sorry if I messed your name up. Do you think Tyler Robinson will speak? Ooh, that's a good question. We should do a poll in the chat if we think that Tyler will have a chance, not today, of course, but throughout
Well,
his at
You
some
mean like
point.
giving a testimony, like giving his own testimony?
Yeah, to testify in his defense.
All right. So in chat, if you think that Tyler Robinson will testify in his own defense at some point during all of this, put a 1. If you think he's going to remain silent and let his team do all the work,
Big personality for a little dog. There you go. Oh, someone said I'm a secret NSYNC fan.
Sean Headman, thanks for the super. Yeah, I went to an NSYNC concert because I was dating a girl in high school. I think it was high school that was obsessed with them.
Really?
And during the concert, I didn't exist. It was a good time. They're super short. Those guys are shorter than you think they are.
Are they? I still get NSYNC and Backstreet Boys confused, I think. Let's see. Was Justin Timberlake NSYNC?
NSYNC, yeah.
Okay.
Sad that I know that.
Yeah.
Now, for anyone that's just come in, we are still waiting for court to come back from recess. And so far, the judge has basically denied. They were trying to get a closed court, so they wanted to have it so media and stuff couldn't broadcast it out to us, basically. So we would be blind to what's happening. And it sounds like he denied that. And then they're also trying to get the prosecution removed because one of the prosecutor's daughter, who was 18 years old, supposedly maybe saw or didn't see or whatever, but was at the Charlie Kirk incident when it happened. So they think it's a conflict of interest, and that's where we're at right now. So we're kind of just waiting to see what the official final judgments are. And then we also have Billie and Brandie, who are at the courthouse. I believe they just left, and they're setting up, left the courtroom, and they're supposed to be setting up to do some live. And if everything works out correctly with their equipment, we might actually have them join us in this stream and possibly interview Brian Enton and maybe some other people that want to give a statement. Should be pretty interesting. And if nothing else, maybe we can just get their personal experience sitting in there with Tyler Robinson. They were sitting right behind Tyler's family in the courtroom.
Hit that like button if you haven't already. Please hit the like button. If you are joining us from X, please reshare the stream. Make sure you've subscribed.
All right, we are back in.
Okay, let's go.
Good afternoon.
I understand there may be an issue.
There is, Your Honor. Michael Burt for Mr. Robinson. We filed today a motion to be heard in the future about excluding cameras in the courtroom. And one of the issues that's reviewed in that motion, which of course court hasn't had a chance to look at it yet, is the cameraman's repeated violation of the portion of the decorum order, which requires that the camera not focus in on Mr. Robinson's lips to allow a lip reader to translate confidential communications between counsel and Mr. Robinson. And that order has been violated in the past. It's been used by the media to interpret falsely the content of conversations between Mr. Robinson and his lawyers. And it happened again just while the court was in session. I have the clip, and I'd like the court to look at it to see if I'm correct, because I think the court will see they're zooming in on Mr. Robinson's lips, and it's going to allow the media to offer these same sort of false narratives they have in the past. So with the court's permission, I'd like to present that to the court.
Well, Mr. Burt, is it this is the violation, or is there anything else? I want to make sure I hear your argument and view the evidence in its entirety. And so if there's anything else, I want to consider it all at the same time.
Yes, and for purposes of the motion I'm going to make to the court now, which is to either exclude the camera for purposes of this hearing, and of course the court will take up the issue with regard to future appearances when the court considers the motion, or in the alternative, to order the cameraman not to focus at all on Mr. Robinson. And so I think for the purposes of that motion, the court needs just to look at the clip that we would proffer to the court as showing that there was.
All right. So what do you guys think? Put a 1 if you think that they should not be zooming in or looking at Tyler Robinson at all. Put a 1 if you don't think they should. Put a 2 if you think we should be able to see that.
It raises a legitimate concern. I think the court ought to consider the evidence that the defense counsel has.
All right.
It's very brief.
I appreciate
We have it on a phone and the court can look at it.
And have you shown that to
I have.
the other parties?
I have.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Did we not talk about this at the beginning of this whole ordeal? And before we even started.
They could almost do it on purpose. They could pay off the
Right.
camera guy and just say, just keep doing what they tell you not to
What is
do.
the length of the first
That
video?
is exactly what we discussed before we got started today. I said this was going to be one of the things we needed to watch out for because we were already on thin ice after last time.
And it's going to be like this for like the next 6 months to a year plus. Yeah, that's a good question. Who's the camera team work for? Is it like, do they work for the Provo 4th District Court?
No,
Or is
no,
it-
no. It's one of the local stations.
Oh, so it's a news station doing it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a news station, and so they're running the pool camera.
That looks like.
I'm sure. I don't know if maybe someone
The
is
second
able.
video is a clip from a court TV posting showing Mr. Robinson's lips moving as he's attempting to speak to Miss Nestor.
I mean, maybe he should just
Yeah,
wear like
one
a
last thing I'd
COVID
like to
mask.
add, if I could, which is I think the court very correctly and very cautiously admonished the cameraman about December 23rd
Great minds.
before this hearing began. And he said he understood the order. And I think the order is very clear as to this lip reader provision. And I can elaborate further why it's damaging, but I think it's obvious to the court if the media is allowed to interpret the conversations between counsel and his lawyer, it creates all sorts of problems in terms of Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Thank you.
Cameras are allowed in courtrooms all the time, you know?
Got one more question. I apologize. Just for the benefit of the record, from your position, citing to the standing decorum order, the violation itself, so we can connect it all from your arguments.
Yes, Your Honor, I forget the paragraph, but there is a paragraph in the court's latest December 23rd decorum order.
It's
I think
paragraph 48.
48. And it's been a feature of every decorum order. I think we're on the third one. But from the start, the court has prohibited zoom-ins to allow lip readers to interpret what's being said between counsel and
That is so lame.
defendant.
Now, in all fairness, when they were zooming in, I said, can anyone read those lips? So
Yeah.
if I was on the defense, I would agree with him, but we'll see.
Yes, but also, I mean,
That was a
like,
second
hold
one
something over your mouth.
referring to, and I want to make sure I wrote it down right.
You're in a public setting. You're in an open courtroom.
Not showing Mr. Robinson at all. Like, I want to make sure I understood that request.
Sure, the request was either to exclude the cameras for purposes of this hearing in its entirety because of the violation and because we can't be assured that the cameraman's going to comply with the court's order. The second request is if the court is not going to exclude the cameras, then it should, at the very least, order the cameraman not to shoot any footage of Mr. Robinson, that the camera should be focused on the court and the witnesses if the court permits that, but it should not be zooming in on Mr. Robinson. His demeanor, his conversations with his lawyers have nothing to do with the newsworthiness of this case. And what it's allowing is very prejudicial information to be leaked to the public through these lip readers and body language interpreters, and it's creating massive prejudicial publicity for us. So that's the request.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Thank you.
I'll hear from other parties if they wish to be heard.
Yeah, that's not, I don't think it's, I'm not sure that that's.
I want to take the court back
Right,
to that
public.
specific paragraph of the decorum order because I do want to make
You're
sure we're on the same page.
Out in the public.
It's the second sentence of paragraph 48 of the decorum order that I understand is at issue here. It does say no visual recording is permitted of a person's lips so as to be decipherable by a lip reader during conferences involving counsel, at counsel tables, or bench conferences with the judge. The zoom in language that you have heard referred to previously doesn't fall in that sentence. The zoom in language comes in the next sentence, which says no one may zoom in on anything on counsel's table or the bench to identify any writing. So those are two separate things. The first that we learned about this was during the break. I briefly reviewed the two videos that the court has reviewed. I understand that those were 9 seconds and 5 seconds long. I identified the provision of the decorum order that I believe applied here, spoke to the pool cameraman about that, ensured that the rule about capturing conversations involving counsel at counsel's table or at the bench so that they may be decipherable by lip readers was an important provision in the court's decorum order, that it should be followed. I understand that the cameraman understands that rule, that any capture of those conversations was inadvertent. I understand the concerns raised by defense in this case about potential prejudicial effect of something that is intended to capture conversations. I don't believe that that's what occurred in this case. I believe that the court's order should be understood and applied as written and done so strictly. But I don't believe that there's been a violation here. We've been now on the record for 3 hours. I believe that the total length of the two videos that were shown to the court were 14 seconds long. Whether or not either of those conversations rises to the level of capturing the movement of somebody's lips so that it can be decipherable from a lip reader, I'm not in a position to judge. But I can assure the court that the media is aware of that provision, of defense's concern about the potential violation of that order, and that they will take that seriously. That's already been raised, already been discussed. As far as the remedy sought here, I think that excluding all cameras from the courtroom for this important part of this important would be broader than any sort of remedy would be necessary here, as would the direction that the cameras not show Mr. Robinson in any way. I understand that potentially any shot on a still camera, on a video camera of a defendant in a criminal case could potentially be twisted or used by some to try to impute some sort of thought or some sort of idea. But I don't believe there's anything in the court's rules. I don't believe there's anything.
They seem really desperate to completely block any media. They keep bringing it up over and over again with different excuses.
Mm-hmm.
Be kept off camera altogether. The media continues to take this seriously. Before every single hearing, we speak about the decorum order and what it requires. We recognize the importance of doing it and that there can be consequences if that's not kept. The media understands and hears that and do not believe that any further reprimand or any sort of further exclusion is necessary here.
Thank you. Well, before I turn to you, I want to turn to the stage. I want to give all parties an opportunity, and then that allows you to respond to whatever they say.
Your Honor, we have nothing to add. We'll submit the issue.
Mr. Burtz.
Judge, the problem with that explanation, that's the same thing they said last time on December 11th. And on December 11th, there was an same violation. Lip reader. I can pull up for the court what the electronic media did with the prior violation. They hired a lip reader. The lip reader purported to derive a confession from the incident, and they posted.
Oh.
Let's see if it comes back. Give me a second.
They said, we're going to cut the cord.
Maybe, yeah, it looks like the feed dropped. Hold on, give me a second.
Oh, my goodness. Well, yet another charade. All I know is if this is the end of the cameras in the courtroom, this just plays right into the whole idea of this whole thing being a big charade, an easy out for them to do things behind closed doors. And it's not a good look. Brendan Gregory said Tyler is doomed if there are no cameras in the courtroom. I mean, I don't know that he's necessarily doomed. It's just, I think it plays again back into the idea that this whole thing was a setup, like, to begin with, and they're gonna do whatever they're going to do, and it was already predetermined, in my opinion, from the jump. And they needed to come up with a good reason to get the media out of there.
I'm looking at other ones, and they seem to be much further behind. But the one that's actually in the court from the Utah news station is still down. But I do have my other link. Give me just a second here and I'll set it up. But I have a WebEx. It doesn't give you the whole courtroom. It just gives you the judge, but you can still hear everything.
Ivan, thank you for the super chat. What company owns the pool camera? I'm trying to search right now for that as well. I was thinking maybe if I went on Twitter that I could see one of the news stations talking bad about the other station. But my suspicion would be that it is one of the Salt Lake City news stations, and generally speaking, they pass that responsibility around from hearing to hearing.
For the first part, well, and I've also had a chance to view the two clips that was presented. It was shown to all parties. The first appeared to show an attorney and Mr. Robinson speaking for about 9 seconds is what my memory tells me and reminds me.
Can you guys hear that?
The second clip was for about 5 seconds. I believe it was from a slightly different angle, but it also captured that. And in both instances, I could see Mr. Robinson's lips moving. And I don't remember about the second clip, but I believe in the first clip, it also showed counsel's lips moving, but notwithstanding, that was in place. I also refer to the statement made by the counsel for the news media, and going to, it is paragraph 48, and I will read it in its entirety. No audio recording is permitted of the conference involving counsel at counsel's tables or during bench conferences with the judge. No visual recording is permitted of a person's lips so as to be decipherable by a lip reader during conferences involving counsel at counsel's table or bench conferences with the judge. No one may zoom in on anything on counsel's tables or the bench to identify any writings. Now, in regards to the zooming, I know there was a representation, and it's easy to, as you're reading, to kind of combine it, but I'm not finding that zooming in relates to the lip reader portion, but that's not material. I do find that, and I'm not a lip reader, so I don't know what the standard is for lip reading, but I do note that 9 seconds in that first clip, one could see his lips moving, and it is a significant time as it relates to this particular issue. It wasn't a passing shot. It was focused on these two persons. And so I find that the decorum order, as it relates to paragraph 48, as it relates to no visual recording is permitted of a person's lips so as to be decipherable by a lip reader, I find that has been violated. In regards to the second clip, 5 seconds, where it shows Mr. Robinson and I believe one of counsel, that I was able to view Mr. Robinson's lips moving. It wasn't a passing shot that it just so happened to capture. It was focused on them. I find that is a violation of paragraph 48 as it relates to no visual recording is permitted of a person's lips so as to be decipherable by a lip reader. Turning to the next section, finding that the violations have been shown as the court has reviewed the purported evidence of these two violations, I turn to the sanctions. Previously, I stated that under Utah Code Section 78B-6-310, if the court finds a person guilty of contempt, the court may impose a fine of up to $1,000, order incarceration in the county jail for up to 30 days, or both. I find that applying this sanction would be disproportionate to what the conduct was in those two clips. And the court notes that it is the court's discretion on whether to apply it or not. I find that the court will not issue this sanction. In addition, the other sanctions the court stated earlier today, in addition, the court may impose the following remedial measures if warranted. Immediate suspension of video transmission of the hearing, with proceedings continue only on an audio-only basis for this proceeding where the violation occurred, and disqualification, if necessary and narrowly tailored, of the news organization that filed the request in order for the electronic media coverage of the court proceedings for the hearing in which the violation occurred from providing pool camera operator services in this matter where the court determines such a measure is required to ensure compliance with the standing decorum order and protect the rights of the parties. The court also stated that before making a decision, it would allow counsel to make argument or statements, in which the court has done, and that the court's actions are not intended to have a chilling effect on the open and transparent courts or on responsible news gathering, and that the court is fully committed to the presumption of open proceedings under the applicable rules. That being stated, and as the court was listening, Mr. Burt has suggested that one of the potential sanctions is that for the camera for the remainder of the hearing, and not to show Mr. Robinson at all as a sanction for the remainder of today's hearing. And so the court considered that as well. This court does not wish to make a disproportionate decision on the actions, and it does note and does not minimize the violation. Therefore, this court will take up the suggestion by Mr. Burt that during the remainder of this hearing, that the camera shall not photograph Mr. Robinson at all.
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close, but we also print signs so that people can
Is the volume off?
I don't want to set anyone up for failure. I don't want to make an order. And if it's not possible, then further sanctions could apply. And I recognize that it wasn't your anticipation to be on your own camera.
I can do that.
But
we're in position now. I can shoot this lectern. I can shoot the bench, and I can avoid the attorney tables altogether if that is what is desired.
All right. Do you need to do any repositioning of the camera to accomplish that? And I'm willing to give you that time to accommodate that. I just, again, I don't want to set you up for failure.
So if you didn't hear that, he has to reposition so he can no longer film Tyler Robinson's mouth while he's talking and that kind of stuff.
Just his mouth or him at all?
Point and just
Because I couldn't hear it.
We don't know yet.
Oh.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Turning to the parties, any clarification needed about the order of this court and the sanction that is imposed?
Your Honor, I only have one. It sounds like this issue is specific to video coverage and that the order not to take any imagery of Mr. Robinson would not apply, for example, to the still photographers. Do I have that correct?
Well, I'll hear from the parties before I offer that clarification. Do you wish to weigh in on that issue?
Just to indicate to the court that one of the problems is not just with the audio, with the video coverage, but most of the coverage is not covering the proceedings so much as close-ups of Mr. Robinson and comments about his demeanor. So if they catch him in a moment speaking civilly to his attorneys and he happens to smile, that then is twisted into evidence that he's some sort of a remorseless killer. So that applies to the still photography as much as what's going on with the video. So we'd ask the court not to permit still photography, at least for purposes of today. And I think after the court sees the motion, we'd be in a position to talk about the future. But I think for now, that's our request.
Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Thank you.
To the state.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And any other inputs? All right. This court narrowly tailors its decision as to the violation, and the violation comes from the camera, the pool camera providing live feed. It doesn't come from the photographer. The photographer is the still, I don't know what the exact term is, and this moment is eluding me, but the person who's operating the camera to take still shots is under the same requirements for this decorum order. I am not going to sanction them because what was before me with the 9-second clip and the 5-second clip doesn't apply to them. And so I'm going to limit.
So basically what they're doing is they're setting a precedent that at any point they wind enough, they can have the video and audio cut off so that it's a closed trial. And by him granting this, we're heading that direction.
Thank you, counsel. I appreciate you bringing this to the court's attention and the seriousness and professionalism that you presented this to the court. So thank you to all parties. And again, to the camera operator, do you need time to test out to ensure that there is any inadvertent capturing? I'm willing to do that. I just want to make it clear as day that Mr. Robinson is not to be captured in a sweeping shot in any form for the remainder of this hearing.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. All right, counsel. With that in mind, how would you like to proceed?
We'd ask the court to swear in Mr. Gray.
Mr. Gray, if you would approach and stand before the court clerk to be sworn in.
We do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Mr. Gray, if you'd like, have a seat. Usually we have water bottles. If not, there's one right here. All right. And Mr. Gray, I'm sure you've heard this before, but if you could position the microphones close to you, just to ensure that the record picks up your testimony today. Thank you. Mr. Novak.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gray, how long have you been associated with the Utah County State Attorney's Office?
3 years.
Okay, and was it 3 years ago that you were elected to be the chief prosecutor of that office?
Yes.
All right. And had you ever previously been associated with the Utah County Prosecutor's Office in any other capacity?
I've defended on criminal appeals. I was a criminal appeals attorney for the state of Utah for 23 years. So I represented the state of Utah on those criminal appeals, which would include Utah County.
Okay. And did you ever have any professional relationship with the Utah County Attorney's Office in any other capacity other than the appellate work you did before you were elected?
Not to my recollection, no.
Because we're in an open session and based on some of the guidance from the court, I'm going to ask you questions. Well, let me back up. How many prosecutors are in your office right now?
Well, that are with our courts, they're actively engaged in our court system is 30, and then we have screening prosecutors as well, and that would be another 7 or 8.
Okay, so I'm going to try to.
I should stop because I also, my executive team, they don't have courts, so there's another 5 of them as well.
Okay, so let me ask a better question. How many prosecutors in your office represent the state in felony matters?
Well, all of them that I just described.
30?
I mean, even the screeners. Yes, the screeners, my executive team, they are assigned to special cases. Usually my executive team, for example, aggravated murder cases, some homicide cases. So they also are prosecuting and represent the state in trials.
Can you explain what you mean by the executive team?
The executive team would include obviously myself. I have 2 chief deputies, 1 chief deputy, another chief deputy's general counsel, and then I have a division chief over major crimes and a division chief over general crimes.
So is it fair to say that there are at least 24 prosecutors in your office who have substantial experience prosecuting serious offenses?
24. I don't know that I'd go as far as 24.
Okay.
Certainly all my SVU attorneys have that experience. Most of my violent felony attorneys have that experience too, but not all.
Okay. And do you know how many attorneys in your office have actually participated in homicide litigation?
I don't know the exact number, but I would say maybe 15.
Okay.
But I guess I should clarify, not all of them have the experience in aggravated murder cases. And that's why we specially assign those attorneys.
Understood. And how many do you believe have experience in aggravated homicide cases?
Probably 7 or 8.
And are all 7 or 8 assigned to this case?
No.
Are the 5 other than you who are assigned to this case experienced in aggravated felony cases?
4, well, either 3 or 4.
Of the 5?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to ask you some questions about a specific member of your office. And because the court may or may not ultimately order that attorney's identity remain sealed, you know what I mean by the word sealed, right?
Yes.
I'm going to refer to that person as Prosecutor A. Okay, you all right with that?
Sure.
Okay. So how long have you known Prosecutor A?
About 3 years.
In your work as appellate counsel for the state, did you have any contact with Prosecutor A?
I may have, I don't recall. We generally send something out to, when we get an appeal, we generally send, the AG's office, we send something out to the prosecutor, ask them to fill out anything that we should know. More often than not, they never send us anything. And because it's an appeal, I mean, we're bound by the record. So there's not usually an occasion, but sometimes there is. But I couldn't say for sure that I've never talked. I certainly don't remember ever talking to him, though I could have.
Okay. Is Prosecutor A member of your executive team?
Yes.
Okay. And did you select Prosecutor A to be a member of your executive team?
Yes.
And that was at the beginning of your
Yes.
tenure as the Utah County Attorney?
Yes.
All right. And so you've had close working contact with Prosecutor A, who's a member of your executive team for the past 3 years?
Yes.
And that, unless you're out of the office traveling or on vacation, that's basically every work day of the month, correct?
Yes.
All right. And have you met members of Prosecutor A's family? Ever? Let's just start with ever.
What's that?
Ever. Have you ever met members of Prosecutor A's family?
I have met his wife.
Okay.
I don't know if I've met his kids. I may have in passing, but I don't really. If I did, it was like at a function, they say, "This is my family," and introduce me, but I don't remember.
Have you socialized with Prosecutor A and his wife?
I think we went out to dinner once after a conference in St. George with some other prosecutors and their wives.
Okay. Have you ever been to Prosecutor A's home?
No.
Has Prosecutor A ever been to your home?
No.
You engage in recreational activities in any way with Prosecutor A?
No.
Whatever you do, running, pickleball?
No. I need to do more running, but unfortunately I don't.
All right, understood. Okay. Now, Prosecutor A has an adult child who was at the September 10th rally at Utah Valley University, correct?
That is what I mean, I don't have personal knowledge of that other than what they have told me. So like, I never saw that adult child, but I'm assuming, yes, that's true.
Okay, but on September 10th, 2025, at the moment that Mr. Kirk was shot and ultimately died from that shooting at Utah Valley University, you were in Davis County, right?
Yes, I indicated in the motion that it was Ogden, but it was actually Layton. So it was Layton.
Layton.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that's Davis County.
All right. That's what I thought. And Prosecutor A was with you?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that while you and Prosecutor A were in Davis County, you learned from Prosecutor A that one of his adult children was at the rally and was texting him about their experience?
Yes. I mean, we had just broken for lunch and he showed me the text, Charlie Kirk got shot.
And that was a text that he showed you was from one of his children, right?
Yes.
And you knew at the time that it was a text from. What did he say?
Hello, can you guys hear us okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Look at what my child just showed me. And that's about it. And then he said, you know, I should be getting down to UVU.
Okay. he, as far as you understand, he drove down to UVU.
Well, he drove towards UVU, yeah. He drove in the area.
Okay.
Ultimately, I met him and then we drove together to UVU.
Okay, so you, according to the pleading that you authored the pleading that was filed.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that, for the court's benefit, that's the state's opposition to the motion to disqualify. You
Yes.
authored that, correct?
Yes.
All right. And in it, you said that 10 to 15 minutes after Prosecutor A left the event that you were at in Davis County, you left.
Yes,
Did you also head in the direction of UVU?
Yes.
Okay, and then you and Prosecutor A met up somewhere
Yes.
and then traveled to UVU
Yes.
together in your vehicle or in Prosecutor A's? I guess there's a third alternative, which is you met somebody else and traveled with them.
No, I don't remember whose vehicle it was.
All right, did you talk to Prosecutor A?
It was my vehicle, I'm pretty sure. So.
And was that just about logistical convenience, like let's just go in one car, or was there some specific reason?
Yes, no, that was no other reason.
Okay. And on your way to that, what I'll call the meeting point, did you have any conversations by telephone with Prosecutor A?
Well, yeah, because we needed to meet. He left. I thought I would get some lunch first before I went to the command post. I got about halfway through that and said my mind was not on it. I needed to go to there. And so then we called. I believe I called him or he called. I'm not sure who called who, but then we met. We hadn't arranged that when he left.
Understood. But did he convey to you any more information about his child's experience in those conversations?
No.
Okay. And did you inquire, like, how's your kid or anything like that?
I did not.
Okay. And so you met up and then you went to the command post, which was established near the university, correct?
It was at the university.
Okay. Was it inside one of the buildings?
What's that?
It was inside one of the academic buildings.
Yes.
And did you see Prosecutor A's child there when you were there?
No.
Were you introduced to that person?
No.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Prosecutor A about whether they should stick around and wait?
No.
Did you?
My understanding my understanding was that everybody had left. We were told that most of the students had left. They had not, or attendees. So.
Okay, so as far as you know, Prosecutor A's adult child had left the university before you.
As far as I know, my understanding was that, most of the students had fled. That first they went into buildings or whatever, and then they made their way out.
You are aware, I'm sorry, that's not a question. Give me a second, Your Honor, if you would.
So really quick while they're doing this, make sure you guys go over and follow Billie and Brandie.
Okay.
They're
so
doing a
did
ton
you
of
spend
work here.
time with Prosecutor A?
Basically right now they're just asking this guy if he knows these people personally and if they're hanging out and stuff. So, but you can see Brandie and Billie there in the upper right.
Wait, hey Matt.
Hey, how's it going?
Has it just been super repetitive the entire time still?
Oh, you've missed nothing. You're probably better off for not hearing it.
We were waiting inside of that room for so long, hoping that something would happen, and they keep working up like they're about to come to a conclusion, they're about to come to a decision. Is this how this is my first time in a court hearing. Is this how they all go?
I believe so. And I think this one's actually more exciting because there's like a big, high level case connected to it, but typically it is this boring or worse.
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth between the prosecution and the defense team on how they wanted to go, which is settling this one issue.
Now, since you left, I believe that he has officially said that they cannot film his lips. So
They did
can't
what?
film they can't film Tyler Robinson's lips anymore with the camera, so they can't
Or
like
even
zoom in.
his face.
Really?
Mhm.
It was pretty crazy seeing him in person. And we were sitting right behind his family. And so when he walked in the room, we like looked over at them. And so we saw him.
He was kind of scanning the crowd, and I thought that I had made eye contact with him. And then I realized that his entire family was sitting directly in front of us. So maybe I didn't, but it was a very like chilling experience.
Yeah.
Not because of any, just someone that's been accused of so much to like make direct eye contact, possibly. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Billy, can you spin your mic around so the title is facing you, and then try
Yeah.
again? There
Is
we
that
go.
better?
Much
Can you
better.
guys hear us fine too?
Oh yeah,
Much
now we
better. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see
Yeah.
me even though my face is in the sun?
We have
You're fine.
officers walking in right now.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you can see that very well.
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell. And then over here we have the setup that's over here. Can you see that?
Off in the distance. Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's Brian over there.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
We spoke with him for a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Paint the scene for us, if you can, inside the courtroom, and just tell us, what the feeling was like. Bring us inside.
So they were only letting 75 media people in. And so we all had to line up. They counted us out. So only 75 of us got in.
But they didn't confirm whether people were media even.
Yeah. Because we didn't have badges or anything. We just
Yeah.
had our matching sweatshirts, and they didn't even ask us who we were with or anything like that.
And we did not realize that they were only going to let 75 people in. So we're very, very lucky that we got in line right away.
Yeah.
We were there with Charles McClintock Wilson,
the photographer who we first interviewed that was at the UVU event. And I think we sat in the second row of pews right
Yeah.
behind Tyler's family, which we didn't know at the time.
Yeah. Do you want to give a rundown of the conversation that we had with one of his family members?
Yes. So the guy we were just briefly talking to, he definitely thinks that Tyler was the shooter, and he was talking a little loud, I would say. We were trying to whisper. And
This was during recess.
yeah, during a recess, not during the actual court hearing. And so we were having a little debate, I guess you could say, back and forth, and saying that we think that there's more to the story than what's being told by the mainstream media and the government. And I'm not going to say who out of Tyler's family, but one of his family members turned around to us and was very, very kind, but just kind of said, hey, can you guys, keep it down a little bit? This is Tyler's family. And we were like, oh, okay. And she looked at our shirts and she was just like, oh, you guys are cute. And like, we were like, yes, we think that there's more to the story.
We think that it's possible he didn't do it.
Yeah. And she said, all I'm going to say is that about 2% of what the media is saying is maybe possibly even true, but what the mainstream media is saying overall is not true. And she does not think that he was capable of doing something like that. And this is coming from a direct family member.
Yeah, she said, I know him, and I don't think he was capable of that. And I said, well, why haven't you reached out to Candace Owens or anybody to get this out there? And she said, because it doesn't matter. Like, everything is going to be twisted. Everything is going to be manipulated.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how did that make you feel when you heard that? I mean, that's a powerful statement.
I mean,
just watching the entire family, just like they look like the younger brother, like the mom, the dad, the grandma, maybe another grandma, everyone.
Yeah.
And it's just like they are so devastated. Like,
yeah, the dad, you could tell, was very upset once we realized who they were. We were like, wow. And his little brother was just sitting there, and it just broke my heart. I couldn't even imagine if that was one of my siblings. But to hear her say those things was not surprising because, we obviously have our opinions, but it definitely doesn't go along with the narrative that Tyler's family turned him in. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Now,
I mean,
was it the grandmother that you spoke to? Did Brian in?
She asked us
I
not.
did ask her. I was like, do you mind if I share this conversation that I've had with you after I asked which family member she was. And she said, I would prefer if you didn't.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. I just think that there have been a lot of people out there who have wondered, why have we not heard from anyone on Tyler's side? And so this is one of the first or only chances, really, that we're kind of anecdotally hearing anything.
Yeah. Has anyone spoken out to the media at all in Tyler's family? I don't think so.
No.
I will say, like, they seem like a very normal family, and the person that did speak with us was so kind.
Very, very kind.
We were apologetic. I'm so sorry, we didn't know. And she was like, no. Like, she grabbed my hand. She's like, it's okay.
Yeah. And she said, I appreciate what you guys like are doing, because we told her we have a podcast. We're talking about the other possible theories. And yeah, we became pretty friendly with her, that when we were leaving, I like tapped her on the shoulder and said bye.
Do you think they have any idea that there are so many people out there who are digging into the case? Do they have any idea what all, people have uncovered, the inconsistencies?
I would assume so, because if that was my family, I would be listening to everyone's theories.
Yeah, I didn't even consider the fact that they weren't aware, because that's why I said, why haven't you reached out to Candace? I didn't say there's this reporter named Candace Owens who's been covering this in depth. I just said, hey, why haven't you reached out to Candace? And she didn't look confused when I said that. She didn't.
Yeah.
She wasn't taken aback. Who's Candace?
I'm just wondering if the family is being threatened or, told not to talk to the media because it could, be bad for Tyler. Who knows? And I wish we had more time to speak with her, but they were going into a recess and we wanted to come out here. So
Just really quick, obviously make sure you guys hit that like. Make sure you subscribe to Keli Raybon and Brandie and Billie Show. They're on YouTube and X and Instagram and TikTok. I don't know if there's other places, but make sure you check them out. We just have this comment here. You switched to gossip while the actual hearing is going on. The hearing is going on and I can hear it, but you guys can't, and we're not showing it right now. He's just going back and forth with that same witness and nothing is happening. If anything happens, I will immediately switch back over. So we're doing this because they were actually in the courtroom with them behind Tyler Robinson's family. So we're getting their point of view. And also if there's anyone they can talk to, they can also come in live with that as well.
Yeah, we're still out here.
What witness are they talking to?
I don't recall what the gentleman's name was who they were speaking with, but it was in regards to the trying to disqualify the prosecutors. The prosecutor on behalf of the daughter.
It was interesting because in the courtroom, Novak on the defense team kept referring to them as the prosecutor and the offspring, not trying to give the sex of either.
Mm-hmm.
And then someone on the prosecuting team said the father and the daughter. So it kind of contradicted what they were trying to do by not revealing who it was.
Sign?
Sure.
So we made, Billie, technically, because she's the artistic one, made this sign here. And so
Be able to see it very well.
kind of can. We can go through one by one. So we have the prosecution team here.
Are you able to put it down a little bit further? Yep, that's better.
You
Thank
can
you.
even
Now
put
we
it
can see
like
it all.
here.
Yep, that's great. Yep.
Okay, so the prosecution team, you got Jeffrey S. Gray. He's the head guy. Then you got Chad E. Grunder, Grenander, who, in our opinion, we think that this is the prosecutor that is the father of the daughter that was at the UVU event. Allegedly.
Potentially. Yeah. Okay.
Then you got Ryan McBride. He's also on the prosecution team. He did a lot of the talking. David Sturgill. Lauren Hunt, also on the prosecuting team. And then Christopher Ballard.
Wow, the shadows.
Then if you want to switch over here, you got Judge Tony Graff. And then you have the defense team. This is Stacy Visser. And then, then over here, You
There
got
you go.
Richard G. Novak, Catherine Nestor, and Michael N. Burt. And funny fact about Michael N. Burt, he was actually on the defense team for Lyle Menendez, as in the Menendez brothers.
Excellent. Thank you guys so much for that visual. That really
Yeah.
helps.
And then this is our other sign to get people to come and interview with us. And it says, what's your opinion on the investigation? Because we are conducting interviews out here as well. And then you got Tyler Robinson on one side. You can see that.
Yes.
And then
CK
Charlie
on the
Kirk
other.
on the other side.
Nice job. Very creative.
That was our arts and crafts project last night.
I'm impressed. I love it.
You should have done a prove me wrong.
That's a little intimidating. I'm no Charlie Kirk, but maybe one day.
and it looks a little chilly out there for a prove me wrong. I don't
It is
know
a
if they
little
would want to be
cold.
sitting outside. I see your fingers so red, and I'm worried about your hands.
I
so-
know. I brought gloves. Maybe I should put them on. I actually probably should.
Now, what we'll probably do, if you want, is we'll just leave you on, keep you connected, and then we'll go back to the court. And then if you have anything you want to add or say or any interviews or anything, we can just have the audio come back on. Does that work for you?
We'll flag you
Perfect.
down if we get someone.
Yeah. Should we just
All right,
keep that
perfect.
poster in the background for them for now?
Make sure you stay warm out there. You both look freezing.
Yeah, y'all
Okay.
look
We're
pretty
gonna
Will
put some
do.
gloves on. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Of the open space where they were, correct?
Yeah, I don't know that they had to, but that's what they did.
Well, you've seen the video of, you've probably seen many videos of that day, right?
Yes.
And weren't there law enforcement officers basically directing everybody to leave the open space so that they could?
I don't know that I remember seeing any those videos of the students or attendees leaving. I mean, I know that they left. I know that they ran away. What we learned later is that the shooter left immediately after the shot. So,
Right, but at the time of a shooting, you don't know
Sure.
how many shooters there
Absolutely.
are, if there's going to be
Absolutely.
follow-up,
Right.
if there are explosive devices, like all those things, right?
Sure.
Okay, so let me ask you these questions about, well, instead of giving you a headline, I'll just ask the question. Once you had all of the information about Prosecutor A's child's experience, okay? What they saw, what they heard, what happened to them, the fact that they were separated from their personal property, all those things, okay? What I'm hearing you say is you never really discussed that with Prosecutor A and his family.
No, I mean, I did discuss, I don't know if it was day 2 or day 3. Law enforcement was there on the day of the shooting, the next day, and I think into Thursday or Friday. I don't remember exactly which day. And at some point, I was told that Prosecutor A's child left the back there.
Okay. But if you never really talked about it with Prosecutor A, about the impact on his child and the family.
I didn't say that. Not on the day of, or, I mean, in the intervening time, he reported a couple of times that he talked to his child and said that she was doing fine. She reported to him that she was not having any issues.
Did you ever ask him, well, what about you? I mean, your kid was at this.
I didn't. Not that I recall.
Did you ever consult with anybody in the Attorney General's office concerning whether Prosecutor A's child's experience raised a potential conflict of interest for your office?
No, that's what I did for 23 years with prosecutors, is consult on that. And so I didn't feel a need to go to those folks. I mean, I know how to try to figure that out.
So when one of your responsibilities in the Attorney General's office was to consult about ethical issues?
Different matters.
Different
I mean,
matters.
It could be a variety of things.
Okay.
And I mean, if you're talking about ethical issues in particular, I don't know that the Criminal Appeals Division was the right folks to consult, but I'm not even sure of who from the Attorney General's office would. So.
Okay, but you worked in the Attorney General's office for a couple decades, right?
Yeah.
And what you're saying is that in your role as an appellate lawyer for the state, you would talk to prosecutors, I guess it's somewhat more informally, about ethical issues.
Yeah, every once in a while, yeah.
Sure. And so my question is whether you reached out to anybody in the Attorney General's office about this particular issue.
No.
Okay. Did you, and when I say you, I really mean you or anybody in your office on your behalf.
Okay.
Okay? Because you're the chief prosecutor, right? Yeah. So when I say you,
Yes.
I mean you and
Okay.
and people who work for you. What about the Utah State Bar?
No.
I mean, they give ethics guidance to attorneys on all kinds of issues, right?
Yes.
Okay. But no
No.
reach out. Other county attorneys in Utah, in other words, your colleagues who are elected chief prosecutors in their counties, did you discuss this with any of them?
No.
Are you a member of organizations of what I'll call chief prosecutors?
I'm a member of the Utah County and District Attorneys Association.
Okay.
UCDAA. I'm actually the president of that organization. I'm a member of SWAP, which is the statewide association of public attorneys and prosecutors. I'm actually the president-elect of that organization. That's a lobbying organization.
Okay. And do these associations have any mechanism for providing ethical guidance to their members?
No. I mean, when we have questions, we may shoot out an email and ask about things.
Did you do that in this
No.
situation?
I consulted no one other than my team.
Okay. I'm going to ask you 3 more categories just to be clear.
Okay.
Did you reach out to any law professors who
No.
report to be ethics experts?
No.
Did you speak with any judicial officers
No.
about it? Court reporter, get the question and the answer. Oh, there you go.
Well, I just said that I have talked to no one other than my team, so.
Okay. Did you ever discuss with Prosecutor A whether his child should or should not be interviewed by law enforcement?
No.
Are you aware of any?
Maybe, I don't remember.
Okay, so that may be important. You want to take a minute to think about that?
What's that?
That may be important. Would you like to take a moment to think about it?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I do not remember.
The brief that you filed on behalf of the state, I'm sorry, the opposition to the motion has a couple affidavits attached to it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of those is the affidavit of Cole Christensen.
Yes.
And which for the court's benefit in the record is addendum C to the opposition. Special Agent Christensen writes in his affidavit that you and he in mid-December, so that's after the motion to disqualify was filed,
Yes.
went to UVU and basically conducted some observations and measurements, right?
Yeah, he was investigating that part. I did go with him because it involved doesn't involve trial. It's never going to come out in trial. So I did go there and assisted him. But he also had another officer there so that anything that I did could be corroborated by that officer.
Okay, but isn't it fair to say that basically what happened there is you said generally Mr. Robinson's defense counsel have filed this motion to disqualify. I want to have some measurements done because I want to figure out what risks there were to Prosecutor A's child based on where they were and where you believe the shooter was, right?
Yeah, we have very good evidence of where the shooter was.
Okay, so I want
to, and it was based on Prosecutor A's child indicated where the location that they were. I'll use they, and based.
For anyone that's wondering what's going on, if you're coming in late, hold on, Billy's calling me. I'll get right back to you.
Yeah, but yeah.
I didn't, I thought you like left to go get a cup of coffee, so I was trying to call you to tell you.
Hey, Trigger, can you turn the hearing audio back on?
We'll be taking a break shortly, but I appreciate that. And if any of the parties do need a break, please indicate it as well. I want to be respectful to all parties.
Thank you. So the first thing I want to address, Mr. Gray, is that you knew that the defense had filed this motion to disqualify based on the relationship between Prosecutor A and somebody who was at the rally.
Yes.
And had the experiences that the court has already heard about. And so you basically went out with a law enforcement officer and you did an investigation and took a number of measurements.
He did, yes.
Okay, but at your direction, right? Because you're the one.
I asked him to do that, yes.
Okay. You say in connection with that there are some uncontested issues in this case.
Yes.
That's a term you used in your brief, right?
I'm sure that you will tell me where they're not contested, but.
Well, every issue is contested, right? I mean,
So is it, okay, go ahead.
I'm not trying to have a argument because the court reporter doesn't.
I stopped, so I'm not.
And I'm bad at that too, and I have been for a very long time. But your measurements, as documented in Mr. Christensen's affidavit, Special Agent Christensen's affidavit, are of things that you say are uncontested, but I just want to make sure.
So can I clarify that? I never said that the measurements were not contested. I said what was not contested is the fact of the things that she could
that Child A could testify to. That's what I was referring to as what's not contested. Child A, as demonstrated in the affidavit, can testify that Child A was there, that her Child A's location, and what the crowd did, what she did, and then what she ran in. That's what's uncontested.
But aren't these also uncontested things which you contested issues which you seem to suggest to the court are uncontested, and that is that the shooter was on the roof?
No, I didn't say that was uncontested.
Hey, Matt.
I said what she could testify
Yep.
to is uncontested. And if there was something
Can you hear me?
different than that, that's certainly what I meant. I understand that all those other.
Yeah, sorry. I muted myself again, but I have Travis here, and he actually was at the event the day of the shooting, and he has been keeping up with all of the hearings and trying to attend all of it, and he may be called as a witness in the future, so they asked him to step out of this one. Brandie and I, we didn't have to step out, but we chose to, just to join this live stream, whereas Travis was asked to. Well, you were,
I talked to the prosecutor and he said I should.
yeah,
Should
you
leave.
were, he was advised to leave. But so you were saying that you were pretty close to Charlie that day?
Yeah, I was standing 50 feet to his right, just south of him.
Yeah. And I know it affected you pretty deeply. Travis was pretty upset. We saw him in the courtroom, and this has been really hard for him. But you were considering maybe even asking Charlie a question that day, and you were trying to find the line. Is that right?
Yeah, I was trying to find the line, and it was really difficult. There was a lot of confusion as to where it started. And so I made my way as close as you could possibly get where the barricade was. And one of Charlie's staff came to me and she told me I needed to back off a little bit because that was a private area. So I did. And I told her I couldn't find the line. And she said Charlie's team would come find me and help me find it. But then they never did.
And that was when the first question was being asked?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you guys can hear Travis all right?
Yes.
Okay. So when the first question was being asked, you were trying to find the line. You got up to the barricade. They said, "Hey, you can't be this close. You need to back up." And you're like, "I'm just trying to find the line." And she, instead of directing you to the line, she then said, "Don't worry about it. We'll come find you later."
Yeah.
That's okay. And in terms of your experience there, did you want to share anything else? Because I don't want to have you share things that you're not comfortable with sharing.
Yeah. I just got he got part way into this.
That's the important
second
one.
question or second debate. And I decided to stop filming, which I'm glad I did. And I just stared at Charlie when he's being asked about transgender mass shooters. And then he started to answer. And then I heard a snap, like a crack, like a firecracker. And then a split second later, I saw him go limp and lean over to the left. And everybody froze and crouched. And it took a second to register that what I was seeing was real.
I'm sorry. I know you said you don't like being hugged. But...
And I tried to get out of there as fast as I could. And there was a woman with her baby in the stroller. She was trying to get out as well. And then when I got inside, I called 911 and I couldn't get through. And so then I hung up, and then dispatch called me back, and they couldn't hear me, but I could hear them. And then I hung up, and then they called me back a third time. And then that's when I told them, and they said officers were on the way.
So you are one of the people that called 911.
Yeah.
The reason that you're here, so I am assuming I know you're devastated, you're traumatized. Like, you can't really imagine what going through that is like unless you actually do go through that. And I know you have past trauma as well that you were talking about earlier, which kind of like all of that being brought up. Are you angry?
I'm not Well, I'm not as much anger as just wishing it didn't happen, and I wish it would have happened to me instead of him.
No, you can't say that.
I know, because he has a family, and I don't have much family.
No, you can't. You cannot look at it like that. I'm serious. No, come here. I'll be your family.
Oh, could he tell us a little bit more about, I don't know if she's able to hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, perfect. Tell us a little bit more about how he ended up at the event. Does he live in the area? Does he work at the school? How did you end up at the event to begin with?
I live close by, and I'd been following Charlie Kirk, watching all his YouTube debates. And so I was really impressed with how respectful he was and what he stood for, his faith. And so I wanted to see him in person and talk to him and tell him about my background, because, he talked about college being a scam, and I'm in a lot of debt, with student loans and stuff. And also, want to tell him how I grew up in Utah County in the 90s, and how much it's changed over time, and how left-wing ideology is finding its way into Provo and BYU and all that kind of stuff. And I wanted to tell him about that and ask him what he thought.
And are you also comfortable sharing what one of your past jobs was that has to do with that area?
Yeah. So I'm a former Utah Valley University police officer. I was a reserve police officer just for a couple of months. But I was also working full-time at a different security job and playing bass guitar in a rock band, and so my mind wasn't quite on it. And then I went back to school and got my degree from UVU in legal studies.
What year was the UVU police?
I was a police officer in 2007.
2007. So you probably
at
wouldn't
UVU.
know.
Yes.
At UVU. He
Yes.
was a police officer at UVU. Okay.
Yes.
You don't happen to know any of the police officers that are still there, do you?
No, because it's a completely different chief, and as far as I know, it's completely different officers than what it was, because it was so long ago.
Right. So you wouldn't happen to know who Jeff Long is?
I don't recognize the name. No.
Yeah, he's the current chief of police, or at least he was at that time. Because you had mentioned that you watched the Brian Harple interview on Sean Ryan, where Brian Harple, Charlie Kirk's head of security, he brings up text messages with the UVU chief of police, Jeff Long, but I guess you wouldn't know him.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with him. I was upset at what he shared about how the chief of police told him the rooftop was covered and then it wasn't.
Right. And actually, this is interesting. So, as I'm sure you guys have gathered, we have been speaking with Travis. We were sitting next to him in the hearing. And actually, it was Travis that we were debating with. We were whisper debating with Travis when one of Robinson's family members turned around and started speaking to us, asking us to keep it down a little bit. So, you are fully under the impression that you believe everything that's come out in regards to Robinson being the accused shooter, correct?
Yeah. I'm believing it, but with an open mind, pretty much.
Yeah. And when we were debating with you earlier, I kind of liked what you had said about, we weren't debating as much as just like having a conversation, I'll say. And you said something about how it's hard for the people who are there with like the trauma. It's hard to keep up with like the mainstream media and the not mainstream media, and also dealing with the trauma at the same time.
Yeah, because there's a lot of thoughts that go through my mind of like how, in some ways, how unfair it is. A lot of the conspiracies that are being spread around with people that were not there and are not a part of the investigation, and so, to a degree, it seemed like they're taking advantage of tragedy, and they don't have to deal with the trauma, and that kind of stuff. And it's just hard for me to digest, because I only have enough bandwidth mentally and emotionally to absorb what I experienced firsthand. and try to heal and get closure from it, let alone take in everything that's happening on the internet and social media.
Right.
Did he go to the event with anyone that day?
No, I went by myself.
Mm-hmm. And
We have a
so
super chat here. Hold on one second. We have a super chat here. They're asking, did he notice anything unusual while he was there? Like people or things or drones or anything like that?
The main unusual thing was, actually, I just came to my mind. So I signed up by getting a free ticket online with the barcode and I got the email with the barcode that I was under the impression that you'd scan it with security to get into the event. And I walked all the way through campus and opened the door from the inside area to the outside area to the courtyard. And there was no security or employees screening me when I came in. And I thought that was really odd.
Yeah, a lot of people have thought that that's pretty odd, the lack of security there.
Yeah, and it seemed somewhat disorganized where the line started to debate him. And then one person at the other tent that was north of where Charlie's tent was, she said it was going to be about 4 hours long. And then the staffer told me it was going to just be a couple hours. So it just seemed kind of inconsistent. Like not everybody was on the same page and they didn't have everything lined up.
Right.
So what section was he in? And then did he stay in that spot or did he have to relocate?
Well, at first I was in front of Charlie's tent on the ledge because there's different levels that went down to his tent, and I was on like the highest level.
To his right or left?
Well, directly in front of him at first, and then I kept walking around to Charlie's right, and then I went down the different levels closer to where the actual barricade, as close as you could physically get to Charlie to his right. And that's when the staffer came up to me and said, "Hey, you need to move back a little bit." So I moved back, and I was standing 50 feet away from him.
Did they give you a reason why? I'm surprised that it seemed like it was just kind of a free-for-all there.
Yeah, because the section, if I remember correctly, there was the barricades immediately surrounding Charlie's tent, but then there was a grassy area with another barricade, but it had an opening. And I went around the opening because there was no signs or nothing indicating that I wasn't allowed to go in there. And there was nobody screening me or saying, "Hey, don't go there." So I went as close as you physically could get. And then that's when the staffer came up to me and said, "I need to move that." I was in a private area. She gave me the impression it was reserved for, I don't know, VIP or people that were maybe new Turning Point or anything like that. So that's when I moved further back and listened to her. She actually walked with me and where I finally stood 50 feet away. And then that's when she told me Charlie's team was going to get back to me and find me and help me find the line to debate him.
Have you been following any of the alternative ideas of what may have happened to Charlie besides the official FBI narrative?
Yeah, I come across a lot of different things, and the thing that they've called conspiracies that makes the most sense to me is about the caliber of the rifle and how it couldn't have, if the caliber they said it would have had an exit, would have gone all the way through. That's the thing that makes the most sense. But the theory that was being thrown around that doesn't is that he was shot by a handgun by somebody 10 or 20 feet away. And the video that somebody shared with me was to Charlie's right where I was standing. So I would have been really, really close to that person that supposedly shot with the handgun. And I clearly heard a shot come from far away, not up close.
You don't think it could have been played through the speakers or something else? There's been all sorts of different theories, little, explosions, different things.
Or maybe that a gun was shot on the roof, but not in that direction. So everyone heard a gunshot from that location, but that might have not necessarily been the gun that shot Charlie, if it was a gun at all.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, I I'm positive it was a gunshot from a rifle from far away. And because I was facing Charlie's right, so I was to the south of Charlie, but I was facing north, I heard the shot come from my right ear, because my right ear was facing east. And that's where, the investigators and news said that Tyler Robinson was on the rooftop. So it kind of lines up with what I heard from that direction. And I've been firearm trained. I've qualified with firearms, so I've been shooting since I was a kid. So
Do you have military experience?
No.
Oh, okay.
I have a question. When we were sitting behind Robinson's family, did you know that was Robinson's family?
The person with the white beard kind of looked familiar, that you pointed him out in the hallway of the courthouse, that it was Tyler's father. And so I think that was his father, but I couldn't see fully his face, but I just suspected it was.
How did you feel when that family member, which I don't want to say which one it was, turned around and was like, hey, can you guys maybe keep down a little bit?
I was very embarrassed. She put her hand on my leg, and she kept touching my leg, and like she was trying to comfort me.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been to a lot of concerts, so I have some hearing loss, but I didn't hear 100% of everything she said. But she looked me in the eyes, and from what I could hear, said that I'm sorry about what you went through.
Yeah, she seemed very, very, very sweet.
Yeah, she's very sweet, and I said I apologized to her, and she basically said that's okay, So, yeah, I felt sorry for his family too.
So what are you doing now at this point to, whether it's like with other people that were there, because there's a lot of witnesses, obviously. Are you like in any groups for therapy? What are you doing to kind of like work through this?
Well, I was telling them that, like, just hours before I witnessed Charlie's murder, I had a falling out with my therapist of 5 years. He basically emailed me that morning, said he doesn't want to see me anymore. And then I witnessed Charlie pass away in front of me. And I had a therapist's office say, we'll give you 4 free sessions if you were a witness at the event. And I started that, and it just didn't feel right. And I went through 4 different therapists before I found the right one. And I just barely started EMDR, which, I have to bring up traumatic events in the EMDR therapy. And it was so intense that I started hyperventilating, and the therapist kept saying, you're safe, you're safe, you're safe. And I couldn't do it again because it was so intense. And then I was seeing a psychiatrist in Orem, and we were on the main floor, and while I was in his office, someone dropped something heavy on the floor above us. And it triggered my memory of hearing the gunshot, and I was afraid.
I'm sorry that you have to go through that.
Yeah, that's PTSD, and I'm very sorry as well.
Thanks. Yeah, and I'm just, I went a while, a good, I only saw that therapist that had the right fit recently in the last few weeks, so I had to go a good couple months without anybody helping me, guiding me through it as far as a professional therapist. So it's been tough. I've not coped with it the best I could.
But you do have someone now that you're like, you actually like them, and you're finally seeing someone again.
Yeah, and I contacted the prosecutor office, and they referred me out to the Utah Bureau of Investigations, and I submitted a witness statement with them. And then their victim advocate department reached out to me, and they told me about a Facebook group for attendees that were also witnesses. And so I joined that group and got in touch with a few of the witnesses.
And how has that been?
It's been strange, because even though there's 3,000 people there, the agent did told me that there's only about 30 people that submitted witness statements. And that Facebook group only has about 250 members.
So out of 3,000 people, only 30 people submitted witness statements.
Yeah.
That's
what do you make of that? Yeah, what do you make of that? I mean, that's
it's hard. I guess they were like, it's strange. I don't know why. The agent did tell me that most of those people were the people that were the closest. And maybe a lot of people from talking to other witnesses from the Facebook group, they say, well, I don't know if I would do any good, or, you know, they were afraid to come forward. I even saw one of the witnesses that was interviewed by Steven Crowder on his Louder with Crowder show on Rumble that said that I tried to contact him and he said he didn't want to talk to me because he's afraid for his safety. And there's only one person that's consistently been supportive from that Facebook group that she checks in on me a couple days a week.
Okay. So there are some folks in the chat who I think remember you from some of the video, you know, circulating after. I think maybe they had spotted the tattoo on your hand, and they were asking what that meant.
Oh, my left hand or my right hand?
I'm not sure.
It's probably on your right because that's where you were holding the mic.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you can see it, but it's a quote. So I'm a big movie fan, and one of my favorite movies is Blade Runner, the original with Harrison Ford in the 80s. And there's a scene where the bad guy at the end, he passes away because he's like a humanoid like person, and he witnessed a lot of like amazing things, but he's been through a lot of hard times. And he says those moments, he talked about all these beautiful moments that are lost like tears in rain, and then he passes away. But I kind of took that and made it personal because my niece was just 18 years old and she was stabbed to death by a gang member in Taylorsville. And I went to her funeral. And then 6 months later, my dad was diagnosed with multiple myeloma cancer. And I took care of him for 5 years, and then he passed away of a heart attack in front of me. I actually had to make the difficult decision to let him pass. And so it's about those experiences that are like tears and rains. You know, they're lost in the rain, but they're never forgotten. And so that's what that's from. That may have passed, like Charlie's passing. That event is in the past, but I'll never forget. So that's what that's about.
Thank you for sharing that story, and I'm sorry that you have experienced such tragedy in your life, but we appreciate you sharing. Do you mind telling us about, maybe it was the tattoo on your other hand? I think some of the people had noticed.
Yeah, they probably saw police evacuated everybody, and I couldn't make it through the middle of campus to get back to my car, so I had to walk outside around and go through the parking lot, and that's when KSL interviewed me, and they had like the 3.5 hour video that you can find on KSL's website, and I was interviewed on there. And so this is
camera's up there.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
So that's I'm a movie buff, so that's from the movie Hook, when Robin Williams, you know, he gets his happy thought, and then he's able to fly, and then he's flying over the ocean, and below him is the ocean water with the compass in the floor of the ocean, and it's like blue and green. So that's what that's from.
I like Peter Pan.
Well, you know, they say it's a beautiful way to express yourself, and tattoos tell a story. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you so much,
and
Travis.
thank you for your time. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome for sure.
Yeah. I do believe it's getting a little dark, so we may try to have you guys. Is the hearing back up now? Are we off of recess?
So they're still at recess right now, and they're really dragging out. They're supposed to be done at 7, supposedly, but I don't know if they have like a hard stop at 7. I don't know how that works, but I think what we'll probably do here is I'm going to share. Hold on, Kelly. I'm going to share the link. I'm going to share the link to the rest of the court hearing and all that stuff. But I think we're gonna have to call it here probably the next 20 to 30 minutes.
Cool.
So,
would you like to maybe try to get Brian on?
Yeah, if we can get Brian Inton, that would be good.
Okay.
Also had another question too. Some people in the audience were asking how they could support you, sir. Is there a way they can keep up with you, how they can support you, if you wanted to share any of that?
Where do I start?
If you have like a social media handle, like an Instagram or
My Instagram's private, but I do have an Instagram. I can't remember the exact handle. Yeah, I'm not really like I use Instagram mostly for concert footage and to share with friends and stuff like that. So I'm not.
Maybe you could share it. Maybe you could share it with Billie and Brandie. And then if we have anyone specifically reaching out to us to ask, then we could help connect or something.
You can get it in the chat, yeah.
Yeah.
Or not in the chat, but
whatever you feel
but
comfortable
just
with.
individually or something. But that
Yeah, because the first thing that came to my mind is, I'm just, scrambling to keep myself together and survive after this event. And I'm just hit from all different angles, from my mental health and physical health and financially. I made some decisions I shouldn't have to cope with the trauma. So, because I didn't have a therapist, so I got into a lot of debt. And so just any kind of help is appreciated.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we can get your contact information, and if anyone specific wants to help in any way, we will ask you first.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
That'll be good.
Okay.
That sounds good. Thank you so much for sharing your story, for taking the time, for standing out in the cold. We truly appreciate it. Opening up to strangers is a tough one. So thank you very, very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. And in the spirit of that, one of the reasons I'm doing this is because psychologically, since I was a little kid, I've just gone through a lot. Like I was in foster care and put it in the middle of everything, and I've just gone through a lot of my life feeling like I was invisible and alone. And so it just helps me to have that connection to other people.
Of course. Well, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Okay. And we'll get his contact information for everyone.
Thank you.
If they reach out and we get his permission.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you. Here, let me take this one. Yeah, before you leave.
All right, so let me check something here really quick. They're still in recess. It says they're going until I think it's 7 Mountain Time, which would be 8 p.m. Central. And with everything I've seen so far, I don't see a lot of reason to continue watching at this point. He's already basically said that so far he's not going to disqualify them, and so far he's not going to rule out the cameras and stuff being in court. But he did say that the cameras can no longer film Tyler Robinson when he's talking. So that's interesting. So they want to make sure that no one can read the lips. Let me see if we have any super chats we can get through here. Hold on a second. Let me
I see some people saying, Kelly, get your tail to Utah and ask some questions. Well, y'all need to super chat me to get me to Utah, pretty please. Trust me, I'm ready and raring to go.
All right, let's see where we're at here. Europa, could it be that defense doesn't challenge the wording of being shot because they've seen the autopsy report? There is no official autopsy report that I know of, and there's not one publicly released. So I don't know. It's a good question. Ivan is Ivan. Thanks for the super. IP addresses can be altered. Yep, I think we covered that one earlier. Sean Hedman, thanks for the super. Yorkie Mom. The prosecutors could have asked for a restraining order for Erica Kirk, according to ChatGPT. I have 2 Maltese, by the way. Your dogs are so cute. Ivan is Ivan. What company owns the pool camera? I don't know. Do you know, Kelly?
No, I did not find anyone admitting to that, at least during several looks on X, or anyone poking, the blame at the other stations. But I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of it before this day is done.
All right, let's see. I don't give a damn. Thanks for the super. Twig's family has deep Utah government ties, which is why this stayed a state case, not federal. Local control matters when influence is close to home. I don't give a damn. Thanks for the super. Orem CPA McKell paid Twig's grandma during the campaign. Senator Mike McKell, Patriarch State Senator, married to Governor Cox's sister. Interesting. So we have some connections to interesting areas. Yeah, we'll have to look further into that stuff. Victoria Marie, thanks for the super. Did you notice anything unusual? Yep, that was during the Travis interview. Let me make sure I didn't read these other ones already. Let's see. Good talk. Can you ask why I was there? Yep, we asked that. I don't give a damn was asking if he was a witness or if he was an official witness. A lot of people are saying that he shouldn't have been saying anything if he's a witness. He shouldn't be doing any interviews or anything. But the gag order is not for anyone except for the defense and the prosecution. It's not for anyone else. That was like a really...
And it gives the lawyers the opportunity to then enforce it on someone who they believe needs to be gagged, someone who needs to be suppressed and have their speech suppressed. But to this point, if someone hasn't been, then they haven't.
All right, let's see. This guy cares more than Erica did. Real tears. Thanks for the super. But I definitely did not trust this guy. Bad vibes. One Antonio, thanks for the super. Silly question. If we assume TR is a patsy, how can we confirm the courtroom family aren't plants? Federal deep. Like a planted family? Is that what you're thinking? Thanks for the super. Thanks, Ellie Ray, for the super. Yep. So let's get Kelly to Utah.
Thank you.
And Ivan is Ivan, thanks for the super. Left on B&B YouTube channel. Awesome. Yeah. If you sorry, I'm talking really loud because I'm listening to the court case still. Like yelling into the microphone. I apologize for that. But yeah, make sure you guys hit that like. It's the only thing that really helps YouTube push this out. And definitely let me get all my information here. So you see on the bottom, there's Keli Raybon. She's on YouTube, X, TikTok, and Instagram. Make sure you follow her and show her some love if you're not already subscribed over there. And then Billie Brandie is at Brandie and Billie Show. And they are on YouTube, Instagram, X, and TikTok. And then, of course, if you're on Kelly's side, if you want to subscribe to TriggerSmart, it's TriggerSmart on YouTube. And then basically TriggerSmart HQ everywhere else because someone already took it. And let's see if there's any more supers. All right, so what I'll do is let me grab this link. So for anyone that wants to continue watching this, or Kelly, if you want to start streaming after this or something, you can use this link, and this is where it's actually showing. And I put it in the comments as well.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll see. I probably need to walk around for a little bit and recalibrate, feed my kids.
Yeah, but we appreciate everyone being here. And, we have this kind of wacky idea. Like, why don't we bring Billie and Brandie on and have them do some interviews and stuff in the field? Why don't we see if Barron will come on and do a little bit of, legal talk and that kind of thing? And I thought it was crazy. It wouldn't work. And they both worked out. So it ended up being a pretty successful stream. And of course, as always, it's nice to have Kelly on. She's always she's always welcome. I see you guys talking about her in chat there. Let's see, is there anything else?
Thank you. There was one more super that just came. Oh, there we go.
Yep. Let's see, Victoria Marie. Thank you for the coverage today, guys. Does Kelly have a Venmo so I can donate for the boots on the ground coverage? Do you have one?
Thank you. Yes, it should be Keli Raybon. Just Kelly. Let's see. I'm checking it right now, but I think it's Venmo. Keli Raybon. Yep. Just KELIRABON.
And then we have one more
so generous.
Yep. And then we have one more from William. If he was 50 yards from Charlie and 100 from the gun, he would not have heard the shot before the impact. Yeah, there's a lot of, little scientific things and details and stuff. We'll probably go back and watch that interview again. And I'd recommend you do too, just to kind of see. But, people had mixed feelings on it. Some thought it was good. Some thought it was possibly suspect. But, we don't know the guy. So, but he was someone that people have been trying to get a hold of. So even though they only technically got the one interview in, it was a great interview because it's someone people have been trying to get a hold of for a long time.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. So it's good to hear.
All right. And then you want to do a few questions, Kelly, on your side, and then I will make sure Brandie and Billy know what's going on as well.
Okay, sure thing. All right. Oh, let's see. Third, it looks like someone just put in the chat. I'm assuming this might mean for the next hearing, the 3rd of February, 1 p.m., Rick? I'm going to bet that that must mean that is the next hearing. So thank you so much. We'll verify that. Sorry, I wish I could put these up. In case you were wondering, yep, my channel created by YHWH. Mine is Keli Raybon, KeliRabon. And you can also follow me on X, on TikTok, and on Instagram. It's KELIR. Let's see. Appreciate your journalism. Oh man, there we go. Love how you word them to cover several details without actually asking for them. Yep, you guys, I have 12 years of television journalism experience as an investigative reporter. So been there, done that, got the t-shirt more than a few times. Let's see here. What did he hear before or after the shot? I mean, I think we all have to kind of go back and listen to that again. And, you know, this is the thing about even just witness testimony in general. Witness testimony can be questionable. It's been proven, scientifically proven, that, you know, people don't remember the details that they think that they do. And certainly when it comes to something that's super traumatic, and someone experiences PTSD, it can actually compartmentalize and fragment pieces of it. So it's not just in one smooth package. Thank y'all so much for the compliments. Really appreciate it. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll through the chat quickly, and there's so much chatter coming in. If you are at it live and everyone is saying it's a gunshot, even if you use guns, you can have your mind convinced that it was a gunshot. And then with mental health, it's a lot more likely that your mind would convince you. Yeah, I mean, the mind makes a leap in all sorts of situations. But yeah, when you are being told, you think you hear something, when you're being told something over and over again, and you're traumatized, it's a lot easier for your mind to make that leap.
All right. So I just spoke to Billie and Brandie, and they have Charles McClintock Wilson and Brian Inton, and they're going to interview them, but they're going to stream directly to their channel since we're getting off here.
Okay.
So definitely chat if you are still wanting to be involved in this stuff and kind of see what's going on and still be interactive. Definitely go over to Brandie and Billie Show, and they will be live doing some more interviews, it sounds like. So go over there, show them some love, and check out. Make sure you guys subscribe. And of course, Keli Raybon, make sure you guys go over there and subscribe. And please hit that like on the way out. And you guys have no the amount of support and stuff that you guys have given us, and just the channel in general is amazing. So I don't really know how to say thank you properly, but yeah, we can't do it without you guys. So we appreciate you being here with us. It's been a 5.5 hour marathon. So yeah, make sure you have a good rest of your night, and definitely stretch. One last super big chap, 2703 Life is Driving is the guy that they just had on. Yeah. So he's in one of the videos that's circulating.
Yep.
All right, everyone. We will see you on the next one.
Thank you.